Quick content when you hear something's going on. I'm not classified as family for later content submitted from viewers and children. This video and stream may contain profanity, current human other human performance for 14. Viewers discretion is advised, or in other words, just ignore me. Hello, everyone. I hope you're well rested, well caffeinated, and having a good day. I am screaming at my lungs, dealing with stuff. Holy Christ on a cracker. Just had to avert a small mini crisis. My lighting's weird right now. Everything's weird. Oh, but yes, hello. How do you all do? I hope you all are well. I hope you're all having a good night. What's up? Hi. I am slowly losing what little mind I have left. I know. What mind? But yes, hi, everyone. I just had to fight with my camera, I just had to fight with my audio, and everything's everywhere. Who is still kicking? I hope it's me. I hope I'm still kicking. Am I still kicking? I had to freaking find when I did my coffee. For a second, I became very excited. I was like, I don't have coffee now! I still have coffee. Why, hello, everyone. How do you do? How is everyone? What is everyone up to today? What have you gotten yourselves into today? It's a day. Lord, is a day and a half. It is a day and 3/4. It is a day and everything all at once. Jesus. Do not put tea in my coffee. I do not want tea in my coffee. I saw you got puppies. Those look absolutely adorable. You see, so let's see if I got this working the way that I meant to. It's not done yet. We're still working on it. I'm working on a lot of stuff like all at the same time right now. So you have to excuse me. I'm all over the place today. I am all over the place today, so we're just going to do something simple to make my life a little bit easier. Yep. And grab this. We're going to be a little bit bigger today. We're going to be a little bit bigger on the cam today. Hi! Yes, if I've made a mess of everything, yes I have. But hello. Morning, a little better. Yes, I got fed. I got fed today. Like, I literally ate everything very last minute. Holy Christ, everything was very last minute. You know, I should probably turn down the music some. Let's do that. So I can hear myself trying to talk over things. It has been chaos. It has been pure, utter, unadulterated chaos since, like, Saturday. And by unadulterated chaos, what I mean is I've been fighting with my computer. A lot. But I think I finally got something that's going to work. Because I'm, like, fighting with my computer to re-add animations. I'm fighting with my computer to re-add card stuff. And to add all sorts of other swanky things back to stream and to stream at the same time. Is the computer winning? The computer has been winning up until like an hour before stream, and I had two options. I could not stream and keep working on all this stuff, which I could have done. It wouldn't have been that difficult. Or I could pop in for what I'm going to say is a short stream, which will probably last for several hours. But what I'm going to say is a short chat and chill stream where I can sit there and say, hey, hello, what's up? How do you all do? And hang out with you guys for a bit. We're going to see how that goes. So hi, how's everyone doing today? Because I'm going to rant, I'm going to ramble, we're going to go on and on. Another reason why we're doing a chat and chill is only because, like, I don't have the card system completely finished because I had to, like, completely scrap what I was working on before because of the stupid OBS update. But not only do I not have that currently running, but also everyone in my house is sick, and I want to make sure that if I get the sudden call to say, oh, hey, everyone's dying all at the same time, I can just yeet myself in that direction. No, Mizu's the only one who's so far not sick. Mizu, we have quarantined off to our bedroom right now, which is another thing of if I get called, I need to go get whatever they need because we've got them quarantined off because everyone's sick. So both, somehow, Mizu and I both somehow managed to not get sick. I don't know how we managed to not get sick, considering. So what you say is us and peeps no longer want to share with you and me. Honestly, hope everyone feels better soon. I'm hoping for everyone to get a speedy recovery. It doesn't look like anybody's, like, dying. I'm fine sharing, they just don't want it. Yeah, that's more like it. I was like, I'm playing Tekken 8, and I'm very satisfied with the game. I want to play Tekken 8 so bad. Oh, I want to play it. The reason why I don't play, like, a lot of fighting games anymore, I used to, like, religiously live on fighting games, and there's a new one I'm going to wind up buying that's coming out. There's a new Blaze Blue coming out, so I'm going to buy that shit. I know I'm going to. But the reason why I don't buy as much in the way of fighting games anymore is because I don't stream them very often, because, like, I'm not a pro player at most fighting games. The fighting game I had, like, the biggest amount of quote-unquote competitive player pro play for, aside from Smash, was always the Blaze Blue franchise. And I've thought about possibly streaming that one just because I like that one, but then the amount of time that I would have to go through just explaining the absolute nonsense of every fucking character in that game, because the lore for that game is so astronomically wild that it makes Street Fighter look like a Saturday morning kids cartoon, which it used to be. Kami! Hello! How are you, my friend? I hope you're well rested, having a good night. I am slowly losing my mind because I got a lot of stuff I got to work on, like, all at once. So I'm working on the card system. I'm working on re-adding the animations to stream. I am still trying to fix the lighting in here, but I got to find some of my lights that I have put up that I don't know where the hell they went to when we moved. And all that other good jazz. Because, like, right now I'm looking at my camera right here, and I'm looking at the lighting, and, like, I'm a pale-ass motherfucker. We know this. Like, just, I'm pale as all get out, and this, like, makes me look a million times paler than I already am. Hear about Super Nintendo World that's coming to Orlando, Florida? I mean, I already assumed we were probably going to see the Nintendo World at Universal eventually show up on our doorstep over here. Like, I was assuming we're eventually going to see that happening. But do we have a launch date? Let's go ahead and see all we have here with us today. We have Jaden, we have Robotnik, we have Shaman, we have Soul Reaper, we have Bubbles, we have Kami, we have Felgos, we have Dude, we have Kyle. I think that's everybody who's chatting right now. And we got Bubbles. Yo, what's up, Echo? How are you doing? I hope you're well. Nintendo Land. It's not Universal. It's actually... Wait. No, wait. Wait. That I gotta check out. Wait. Let's see. Let's see this. It's going to be Universal. Universal Orlando Resort's new theme park opening next year will feature lands devoted to Super Mario World characters. So yeah, no, that is going to be in Universal. Trying to balance this. Am I? You missed me. Wait, what's going on? Treating myself to hot fudge sundae. What's going on, Echo? Wait a minute. Let's see something here. They're making a new area Universal. And hello, Mary Panzer, how are you? Anybody here? Oh, well, hi then. Hello. I hope you're well. If you're live over there, I hope it's going good for you. I hope you're having a good time. I'm just having a chat and chill day. What's up? Always great to meet new peeps. Grab some coffee if you're chilling. If you're streaming, I grab some coffee to go, I guess. But I hope things are going well for you. Welcome. A good evening. And yes, no. From what it looks like on here, from the news that we're getting, it does show that it's going to be in Orlando. Hearts in the chat, Jesus freaking Christ. Yo, hi. Hearts, holy Christ. I have to get really loud for a second. Hi, Huggy, how you doing, friend? I got snuck up on. Huggy, what are you up to, my friend? Jesus Christ. Everybody just got members out of nowhere. Hi, guys. Appreciate that. Huggy, how have you been? What have you been up to, my friend? What are you going to get to? Holy Christ. I need to let Mizu know that they just got gifted a membership out of nowhere because they're sitting in... Let's go take a minute. They're sitting currently in the bedroom trying to be quarantined. Appreciated, my friend. She'll be elated. There we go. Yeah, sadly, it's random. Like, you can't just, like, yeet it at any specific people, unlike you can on Twitch. On YouTube, it just goes, and it just randomly shoots it out. The peeps don't even gotta be on your channel live at the time that they get yeeted out. Sometimes they'll just yeet it out to people. As long as they're subscribed to you and not on your block list, it'll just yeet it. I've had some people, like, get memberships from these that haven't been active on the channel in, like, months. It's always funny. But, anyway, I still hell appreciate it. Looks like everybody who got these are people that are very active around here, so I appreciate that. I'm on day 3 of sweating out some gnarly cold and sickness. This is the first time I've been able to look at my phone without a headache, so I figured I'd make it worthwhile. Love you, dude. I appreciate, man. Our entire house here is sick. So it's Bubbles, Fell Ghost, Child 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 out of 5. And we got Mary, which is also ill. The only person here, the only peeps here that, like, aren't is one baby and Mizu and myself. And that's it. And, like, the one baby, we don't know if they're ill or not. They're just taking it really well if they are. So, completely understand that. It's part of the reason for the chat and chill days, so I can kind of keep my headset rare and ready to go. 'Tis the season gets right. So we've got Mizu quarantined off in the bedroom, so they hopefully don't get sick. They were interacting with everybody yesterday. We're kind of waiting for the ticking time bomb that is me to become sick because I was interacting with everybody yesterday. So we're gonna see how that shit goes. It's gonna be either like I'm either gonna get out scot-free or I'm gonna get it worse than everybody. That's always how it goes. So we're trying to set the bubble so you and Mizu don't get it. 24-hour countdown. The 24 countdown clock. Yep, that's it. Boop. Yeah, no, it's wild here. And today just in general has been wild because everyone's sick. I mean, everyone's been able to mostly take care of themselves today, but everyone's sick, so like I'm worried about everybody. My computer has been fighting me left and right on everything today. And every which way I turn around, like, I have programs that are just wanting to, like, lose their mind. Like, everything just want to go and just kind of die. Mad Hatter is yelling at you, and it's so cute and loud. Oh, really? I think I know which one that is. 1 sec. That would be... Sick. Genius. Blah. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna discuss some things tonight while we're here on stream. Because I got a lot to talk about. I got some stuff I'm gonna rant about. I got some like streaming related things I'm gonna rant about. I've got some non-streaming related things I'm gonna rant about. I got some anime I'm gonna rant about because, like, Lord, I gotta really rant about some anime that I need you peeps to sit down and watch so, like, I can talk more about it. Because I'm about to get to the point where I'm going to start, like, discussing different things that, like, I like a little bit more. Like, I'm always, like, paranoid about spoilers and whatnot, but I get spoiled a lot on the internet, so I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm going to give everybody a spoiler warning, and then I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. But not today. Today we're going to be just normal and chill on that. But I am going to like discuss like some non-spoilerly parts of some animes and whatnot, as well as some games that are coming out, games that are coming to the channel. I'm going to ask you guys some questions on some stuff that I want to kind of either add or re-add to stream, but I want people's opinions on them. Sure, today says permanently tired. We're gonna watch? Yes. Okay. So like one that like everyone needs to watch right now because like Mizu and I have been watching it pretty hardcore lately. Has been Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling is so good. Like I was like, okay, it's gonna be super overhyped. But I'm not gonna care about this. Oh no, we care about this. We care about this a lot. It goes from 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds. Man, there is. Woo! If you like stuff that's if you like isekai anime but minus the isekai, you're gonna love this. You're going to absolutely love this, because they don't get yeeted into another world. No, the other world is merged with their own. So I started watching that one. That one has been an absolute blast. I'm still watching Delicious in Dungeon, which everybody needs to watch because food. The food looks so good. I want to go into another world, start, like, killing monsters in a dungeon and turning them into snacks. I need this. Oh, it's so good. Have an update. The card thing should be live for the first day tomorrow, and we'll be running it through the rest of the week. I just gotta do some minor tweaks. By minor tweaks, I'm having to rebuild it on a different program because the last program just did not StreamerBot did not agree with my OBS update, and it has completely shit the bed. So we're going back to the Sammy program. With this, because I have it set up enough, I'm going to be able to re-add some of the animations that have been missing for a while. But I'm kind of curious as to what you guys will want. So I'm going to discuss a couple things. You'll be like, yeah, that sounds awesome. You're going to be like, why are you even thinking about this? One, I'm kind of considering doing one of two things. Either A, I'm going to bring back the punch the like button, or B, I'm going to change the punch the like button to a different type of like button. The question is, do y'all like the punch the like button? Do y'all want a new punch the like button? Because I've had the same punch the like button for like 4 years. I've had a lot of the same animations on this channel for like 4 years. I want to be yeeted to a world where I'm rich. Oh, we got someone here wanting a new one. We got Panda wanting a new one. See, I'm going to be going through a lot of these things that I'm contemplating if when I do, like the next few days, like the Dio punch like button, but actually the one we have is not Dio. It's it's Giorno Giovanna from the Golden Wind Saga. Surprised it's not a Hawaiian punch like button. Man, like, okay, like doing that, I have to find a way to turn that into a green screen, but I could probably make that happen. Lord, I could make that happen. I was kind of surprised I never thought of that either. I had the other one because it was in a green screen package that I had acquired forever ago. Because, like, I have, like, let's see. I have so many things in my green screen folder. Let me do this real quick, because if I don't, it's not going to show up right. Okay, so this goes to the right way. Let's go to the green screen folder. Where are you first? Because I've got some new green screen assets that I have not utilized yet, that I kind of want to utilize. So I'm going to show off a few and see what you guys think. What's up, Doug? How you doing? Magically, man, busted through the light. Oh, yeah! Punch the like button. Oh, yeah! Okay, let's see. Green screen folder is where I put you. There we go. So, like, I want to show you what a lot of this stuff looks like before it's green screened up properly. Just gotta wait for it to load. Green screen folder is probably one of the biggest folders I have on my computer right now. Also, again, Huggy, thank you for that lovely donation and gifting of memberships. I'm sorry, I really need to address that better. My brain's all over the place because I've been all over the place today. How have you been other than sick? What's next in your streaming time, my friend? What are you going to be streaming for your peeps next? So my peeps can go check that kind of stuff out. What do we got, friend? What have you been up to? Any spooky games in the list that I should know about? I want to grab a specific set of music. Pip. Come on. I'm going to change the music a little bit. Good, just trying to find something to do. I understand that. Let's do... it's this one. I like this one better. There we go. You know, you have enough bad things happen, something good happens. This is true. This is very true. Let me check this, because it dawned on me. Let me rearrange all my chat logs. There we go. Yeah, you had some good news fall to you today, if you want to share with the class. Alright, green screen folder should be loaded. Okay, so like I've got like all sorts of weird shit that I can throw down for you guys. It's just kind of a question of what do we want to throw down. Move this here. Move this here so it's out of my way so I can see. Okay, whatever. That still works. That worked out better than it was supposed to. Let's go for this. Okay. I have a ton of green screen effects. Some of these are going to be turned to, like, card animations. But, like... So to acquire a new SSD. Yes! We are hella excited for this. Okay, so I don't know if everybody here knows what happened to you a couple days ago. So if you want to, like, elaborate, by all means. Because that's been some chaos that's been going on. Let's see. Yes, I have tons of green screen effects that I'm contemplating utilizing, and I could possibly use them for, like, transitions. I've got a couple new ones for the note button. I've got ones for just being angry. Like, I like this one, because I'm 5. I like that one a lot, but I'm 5. I feel like I need to re-add the eat one. I feel like that one's important. I've got one set I want to use. I haven't figured out how I want to use it. But I've got like an entire package of like Persona style ones, but they're done with Smash Brothers characters. So I'm not really sure how I want to go about that. And I've got one I feel like needs to be used because it hasn't been used ever. My HDD failed in the middle of a Destiny 2 game, and I cried about it because I have 7 years of files on the HDD. But hopefully we'll be able to recover it for you. Or at least that's like the big hope. Okay, so like I've got one that I've got to add because I've needed to add this for a while. Panda has gotten on to me repeatedly for not adding this. Shame has gotten on to me for not adding this. But I want to know what you guys think. Do y'all want this? How bad do y'all want this when I show it to you? FBI, open up! So, I've had that sitting in my green screen folder for like 3 years. And every time someone finds out I have it, I get yelled at to use it. And I've not really thought of what to use it on. Like, what would I use that for? Forgot. The family's all watching that on the TV in the living room. That's like one of those memes just there. Yep. Maybe when I said Zia custom Pokemon card. Oh, do it for when Zombie doesn't eat. No! I swear I'm good about eating, like, about 80% of the time. I'm pretty good about it. For when Z didn't eat. That's so bad. It's accurate. I could see that one working. Let's see. I've got that one. Apparently, we got to use that one. Let's see. What are some other ones I haven't used? I've got what I'm going to be adding for Splatoon days. So I've got this one to add for Splatoon. Hey, 80% seems like a good solid number. It's probably actually better than 80%, but Official eating stream, let's go. I mean, okay, so like that is the thing. I do plan on next week trying to do a cooking stream. It's been in the battle plan for a hot minute, but we got to make sure we can actually. I got to confirm with the household, but it is currently my objective to do next week. For the cooking stream. I was even testing out some stuff last night, and I've been testing out some recipes and whatnot on and off. Well, I've been testing out things from my recipe books. Like, we used Nerf steak seasoning in some soup last night, and that went exceedingly well. Sonic cooking stream. Sonic's probably going to be, it's going to be Sonic or Star Wars is going to be the first one. And then the next one will be whichever the other one is. I'm going to confirm with everybody first, because I got to make sure everyone else can eat what I cook. Let's see. Things I want, but not much happens anymore on those two games. What games? I do kind of like Panda's idea, though, because Panda's idea is to make a thing for members. Because I've been looking at redoing a thing for members, and I'm working with the Sammy program again to make it where peeps can finally use the member function the way they're supposed to. And that'd be a good thing to do for members. The only issue I have with that for members is too long. You know... Ah! Rumby's back. We could do it as a raid button. No, okay, Robotnik, okay, so that's something that actually bothers me about the cookbooks I have. I have two official Star Wars cookbooks. Like, since, like, the Disney era of freaking Star Wars. Like, I've got two that are made and produced by Disney and all their shit. One is the Black Spire Outpost, and the other one is their Galaxy cookbook. Neither of these fucking cookbooks have blue milk or green milk in them. I still play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel every once in a while. I actually have a green screen effect for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I have this one. See about using it for something card system related. Yeah, I'm serious! Like, it trips me out because I was very excited to see what their recipes would be. Because the Black Spire Outpost one was bought for me by Joel right after we got back from Disney. And then the other one was bought for me by Mizu at Christmas. They must be Rebel authors. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, so I do still plan on doing one. I'm hopefully going to do one next week. I'm going to probably do one of the simpler things. So it'll probably be from the Sonic Cookbook. Just because I can do that one and I won't have to worry about, like, completely destroying the kitchen. As well as I'll have more space to work with. But yeah, no, like, I was shocked that neither of those recipes were in there because, like, that was one of the things I want to do with the Star Wars cookbook, which I have recipes for blue milk and green milk, and I actually have them for, I have ones I found on the internet, I have one I've tested myself, and then I have one from the unofficial Disney cookbook. No green, yellow, or black Ranger helmets. The Green Ranger helmet was a part of the Legacy collection back when Bandai owned it. That's a $600 helmet at minimum. So I don't own it. And I probably never will because I just can't spend that kind of money. These are all Lightning Collection helmets from Hasbro. In release order, they are the red, the white, the pink, and the blue. They've still not released the black or yellow yet. But when they do, I will, and if I can afford them, I will get my hands on them. They've also released Lord Draken, which came out at the same time as the Blue Ranger helmet, but I couldn't get my hands on it. There's a store close by me that actually has the Lord Draken helmet, and I want it. I want it so damn bad. I want it so damn bad I can't even see straight, but that damn... They're charging, like, almost $200 for that helmet. I just cannot afford that. What's up, Soapbox? Enjoy your lurking. We will be probably... Now that I think about it, just because I can make an entire full course meal out of it very easily, as well as everyone in my chat could probably do the same. We'll probably do the Sonic cookbook. But yeah, no, I would own those 3, Tony, if I could get my hands on them. But the black and yellow just ain't out yet. I'm waiting for those hardcore. And then the Green Ranger one, I'm not sure if they're going to reprint it due to them releasing the White Ranger helmet so early on. It's going to offer buy for $200. Right? It's like, I have to double check because, like, Mizu was the one who found it at the shop. But if I remember correctly, yeah, it's like $200. One sec. Sonic Cookbook, aka ranting that the Plant Girl Sega owns does not have a salad. So it'd be chili dogs, which there's several different types of chili dogs in that thing. So I'd probably do a couple different types of chili dogs. Then there are, we do the golden onion rings, and we would do, we'd probably do one of those shakes, and probably do the Chaos Emerald donuts. This is why Orion needs to get an Only Feathers to finally buy you a helmet. To make up the cost of all the seeds. There is a thing for that in the works. Like, there is a thing for that in the works. There's going to be a whole golden event for that soon. So hold on to your feathers. It's coming. But no, that's actually one of the things that made me kind of sad, because I expected them to, like, remake the Green Ranger helmet relatively quickly, because they remade the Red Ranger, and they did a better job with it. Because I've got a friend who's got the Lightning Collection version, and it's got the Legacy version, and the Lightning Collection one is more show accurate. So I want that one, but I have yet to get my hands on it. I want the green one, but I've yet to get my hands on it. No, I have not eaten the mac and cheese ice cream. I do have an event for that one as well. I have some, like, goals / events for me to do horrible things, like making an Orion Only Feathers account and eating 2 very horrifically questionable types of ice cream. A lot of that stuff will be coming out throughout the course of next week. The ice cream one's probably going to happen during the cooking stream. Because that just seems to make sense to me. Yeah, that's Shaman's fault. He's the one who alerted me that that existed. And I was like, well, I gotta at least go see it. But yeah, no, a lot of this stuff's just gotten difficult to find, to get my hands on. But Tony, how are you doing? So when I got the official FNAF cookbook, my mom was utterly shocked that I wanted it for the longest time, and she somehow got the last one at Target. I'm so happy over the fact that she got it. I still want to make stuff from that book. I've seen that cookbook. An entire one shot. No. Just no. No. We're not doing that again. We're just not. We're just not. I'm not doing that again. I'm just not doing that. No. 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 I already made that mistake once. I already was like, you know, it doesn't be fine. Yeah, no. I have learned my lesson. I just, like, that hurts me thinking about it. Like, just remembering that pain hurts me. Because it wasn't even a factor of taste. It didn't even have a taste. It just burned. It was just death. It was just fiery pain. That's all that was. It didn't even have a taste. That's what bothered me so much about the one chip challenge when we did it. Really want to make Vanny's churros and chocolate sauce with my bestie. You should. Pain flavor. Yeah, what flavor was that? Was that chip? Pain flavor. That's definitely what that was. For the love of God. Just rough it up doing the zombie skills, right? Like, I could do stuff like if it doesn't taste good. Like, if it doesn't taste good, I would be agitated about it. But like, it's usually not a detriment to my health. The fiery chip I thought was going to actually become a problem because the pain did not subside for a hot minute. But oh, it killed me. Pain flavor, the best flavor. Right? Like, those are funny. At least I actually got scared seeing their reaction to the one chip. Yeah, that was just, like, a lot of people got scared seeing the reaction to the one chip. Because, like, I can tank a lot of bullshit. I can tank a lot of gnarliness. I couldn't tank that. My body went into you are in trouble state. My whole body reacted to that chip. I drank almost an entire gallon of milk due to that chip. Milk's expensive. Made a salty version? Like an overly salty version? Why would you even do that? Why? Why would anybody want that? Just that sounds like a bad idea. That sounds like a really bad idea. What about Bean Boozled? I've done Bean Boozled once before. I prefer the zombie Skittle thing because, for one, I know exactly what they use for the flavoring of the thing that I'm eating that tastes awful. With the Bean Boozled, it's the fact that my biggest problem with Bean Boozled is the fact that it's jelly beans. I just hate the texture of jelly beans. That waxy coating they have, I just detest. I could eat one that tastes delicious and would still be irritated by it. Oh yeah! It's a chunk of chew. Wait. Eat. Ta-da! I'm in the process of putting more stuff out over here and finishing up some of the shelving because I found 2 other boxes that I hadn't unpacked yet. As well as I've got some things that are going to come out of storage that are going to finally go back up. Because I actually have space to do that now, and the camera's going to pan out more like it's been. Just, I was moving some stuff around the other day and forgot to reset my camera. You think of Power World? I want to play Power World because I am 5. Yeah, it's a G-Max one. It actually came with a special collector's set with all sorts of, like, Pikachu cards. I want to say 2 Christmases ago? 3 Christmases ago. It's 3. I've had that almost 3 years now. Like an overly salty version, like one chip, super duper salty. That sounds awful. What is up, Aiden? How are you doing, friend? Hope you're having a good night. Hope you are well today. But no, I want to play Power World. I've been watching Felgos play Power World here at home, and the more I look at it, the more that I am learning that this is not just Pokemon with guns. Because that's all I've heard about it for the longest time. It's Pokemon, but with guns. But it plays more like games like Ark Survival than it does Pokemon. Like, it plays like Ark Survival and not DayZ, but 7 Days to Die. It plays like a lot more like Ark Survival and 7 Days to Die mixed in together. So I discovered in Power World that you can catch NPCs like the merchants. Oh yeah! I got to find out that not only can you catch people, like, if you catch a people, they are treated as a Palmon. So you can catch a person, use them to do battle. You can sell them. You can trade them. You can battle them. You can eat them. Like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Cannibalism! It's a thing! Yeah, I might have caught a thug by accident. Yeah, by accident. Right. No, I'm sorry. Anyone who's played Pokemon has had that thought in the back of their head to at least try at least once to catch Pokemon Trainer, or to at least catch the opposing trainer's Pokemon. You know you're going to do that in Pal World. You're going to try. I don't know what to pick, so I'm going to close it. You're going to close what? Well, the Power World promotes cannibalism to a T. Right? You can cut them up, and instead of eating them, you can just sell their parts. What? It's like, you don't want to eat them? Well, somebody else will. What just happened? Why is my thing beeping? Stop beeping at me. And for one, you're a weenie, but for two, I like what they put for it. So we have a new game to play this week. I need hearts in the chat, like right now. I need all the hearts in chat. And you're a weenie, and I appreciate you. With a game shark, you could catch a trainer in Red Blue. Really? I knew you could catch trainer Pokemon in Gold and Silver with a game shark back in the day. And MT, how are you doing, my friend? And you're a weenie. Shit, I forgot it shows the Steam name. See, defeat them with your neutral special. Over and out. One of your mods, Ant Skyward. I would have figured it out, Ant! They just sent me Power. So, we get to start that this week. That's gonna be fun. I cannot wait to play that. Holy shit. We're gonna... As soon as stream's over, we're going to download that shit. Holy hell. We have Power World now! I'm excited for that! That's going to be fun as shit to play. I am still laughing right now. I've had people, like... I've been watching the fallout of Power World over on Twitter of, like, the amount of people that are screaming for Nintendo to sue Power World. But the more and more I look at it, the more and more it's not Pokemon. How can I get on Steam? What's up, Coffee Dog? How you doing? Holy Christ. Well, now I have to play it. That's going to be a thing. That's going to get played, like, immediately. That's probably going to be on the docket tomorrow. Because I've been chopping the bit for that. Panda! Are you still here? I've seen their Pokemon mods for Power World. That's been the other part of my argument for people, like, screaming against... Does that came about because someone faked the evidence of models being copied? Ah. Now you need to look into Slay the Princess, since that's on brand for you. I do! I've seen that game. I need to, like, I've been, like, because a few of my favorite content creators have played it, and I've been avoiding it. I've been avoiding it because I want to play it. So I've been avoiding watching videos on it so I can play it. But no, like, that's been one of the things I've had as an argument against people, like, claiming that, like, there was, like, copyright issues, was the fact that when the mods went live for that, Nintendo struck down the mods, but it has only said, we're looking into stuff for the game. They've known about this game for over 3 years. They've known everything they could possibly know about it, and they attack everything they can, and they finally showed their hand by saying, oh, we're looking into it. But they proved that they can't, that they've already looked into it, and they can't do anything about it. They've proven they can't do anything about it, purely off the fact that they did immediately kill a mod for it that was Pokemon related. Power is a hybrid game of Pokemon, AK, Arc, and a few others. And this is true. And when it comes down to it, if we want to get like super like deep into it, I know other people have talked about this for a long time, but I mentioned this a long time ago, like as a kid even. When I was a kid growing up, I had 2 games on my Game Boy Color. I had Pokemon Red version, and then I had Dragon Quest Monsters on Game Boy Color. And Dragon Quest Monsters is a lot like Pokemon. And they had a vast pool of creatures to pull from to use for Dragon Quest Monsters. But it's Pokemon if Pokemon fought like an Earthbound title. Because it uses the 3-member battle system, it has the same animation styling as attacks for Earthbound and stuff like that. So like it played a lot like that. And it's been around for fucking ever. So if we want to get into like where shit's being copied from, there's almost nothing that's 100% original anymore, and there hasn't been for Lord knows how long. There are so many Pokemon that look so much like Dragon Quest Monsters. There have been back and forth between Pokemon and Digimon for years. They've stolen from each other for years on end. And then the one that really got me, the one that made me laugh, was this. This got me. Okay. So we're going to take this. So we'll load it. It's probably not going to load it. Give me... Here we go. Okay, so one of the ones that's got me is we're familiar with Ceruledge from Scarlet and Violet, right? But then we have... Let's see. Here it is. Now, people have thrown this one around. And this one, honestly, is one of the few that I will give some merit to. I'll give some decent merit to this. You have these guys. The top ones being Power World monsters, and the bottom ones being Pokemon, right? Essentially, you have Centaur, Ceruledge, Pokemon, right? But wait. I got one for you. I've got one for you. And it bothers me because no one says anything about it. That fucker's just Mega Man! That's all he is! He's just Mega Man! He's just Mega Man NT Warrior! This predates his Pokemon by years! Mods that actually do use Pokemon other characters are no-go, but the game itself seems to be in the clear so far, right? You see the Mewtwo one? I haven't seen the Mewtwo one. So I think they only attacked the mod because it was behind a paywall. Yeah, like, this is Mega Man from Mega Man Battle Network, from Mega Man NT Warrior. That's all I could think when this came out. Z, he has a lightsaber. It's totally not Mega Man. That's a corrupted version of Mega Man.exe. Right? That's all it is. It's just Dark Mega Man. Which does exist. Because that was introduced like, what? Mega Man Battle Network 3 or 4? Once I was 3. For Dark Mega Man. So it's the same. It's the same thing. It bothered me so much. I was like, this is what you're going to argue with. This is what you're going to argue with. When they definitely copy this from Mega Man. See, Mega Man is a prominent blue, but we got silver, blue, and purple. It's still the same thing. Like, if they're going to sit there and get onto, like, the horsey people, if they're going to get onto the horsey people, they got to get onto themselves for this one. If they're going to get onto horsey people, they got to get on themselves for this one. Over here. This one. This one right here. 4. Mega Man Battle Network 4. Okay. 3 sounds right. Been a while. See, it's been a while for me, too. It's like, I've played all of them, so I couldn't remember which one was which. So, yeah, like, and there's so many different instances like that. So, Power World DLC will be a Mega Man ripoff. You heard it here first, folks. I'd be all about it. And, like, I've gone through it, because, like, I wanted to see all the connections. So I went through and I started looking through what the monsters look like. And there are a few that look like they're legitimately just... like, they're just copies of other Pokemon. There are a few that do, but then a lot of them don't. Another one that kind of gets me is Lucario. Because they have an Anubis character, an Anubis monster in Power World. And then everyone's like, well, that's just Lucario. But Lucario's design is literally just based off of actual Anubis. Wait. Because I really got one for you. Because I got one for you. Let's see, where was this? I need to make sure I've got this accurate. That's what I thought. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. So, we have something that predates in a monster catcher medium. We have a monster that predates Lucario. That's going to look real familiar at the same time, not at all. Let me go back here. Let me get it for you. Because we can play this game all day. Not as a web file. So, because I want to have that argument, I can also argue about this. Look! It's another Anubis-based creature from a monster catchy game. It's Anubismon. He predates Lucario by a good bit. And if you want to be honest, this dude here fits the mold for both. Yeah, Anubismon, that's a Digimon. And he predates Lucario by a hot second. That's definitely a Digimon. He is a Mega level Digimon. And right now in the card game, he is the meta pick for the card game. He is one of the most frustrating decks to fight against, according to most Digimon players. I'm just saying. A lot of these arguments, man, a lot of them don't work. Though, man, if I remember correctly, he's getting nerfed in March. Okay, the fluffy Eevee one, there's no excuse. That's a Pokemon. That is a Pokemon. That is a Pokemon. That is a Pokemon. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that, ooh, that looks like a Pokemon. It freaking looks like a Pokemon. Like, I will easily give you that one. Like, this looks like what happens when you combine an Eevee with a Yamper from Sword and Shield. Because it just, here you go. Bip. If it'll let me do it, gimme! Like, if you were to tell me, like, the next gen of Pokemon was coming out, and this was the box art Pokemon for it, like, I would believe you. That's how bad it is. I would believe you. Like, if you were going to tell me that this was the next Pokemon game, I would damn near believe you for that. Yeah, that's Pokemon. I don't care. That's a Pokemon. That's Eevee. Eevee and Wooloo had a baby. Yeah, I can see it. If Wooloo and Eevee had a baby, definitely this. The sheep, the sheep pals in this game, they look like fucking Wooloo. Like, I'll give you that. Then you got this, it looks like Wooloo and Eevee had an awkward baby. Like, Eevee, Wooloo, and Yamper. You slap them all together, that's this thing. You've exceeded your copy-paste quota for the day. Please try again later. Oh, hey, it's Wooly! Hey, Red Raven Shoe, how are you doing, my friend? I hope you're well. What's up, Zilla? How you doing? It's Godzilla! What's up? So what it is, what it be, what we do. I can't even talk today. I'm sitting here just like, look at this. Like any other, like I've been able to defend Palworld on a lot of their designs because like, look, it's the same thing as this head over here. But that's like they just look at Eevee. It's like, what happens if we hit a wet Eevee with a hair dryer? That's what they had with this one right here. I'm sorry, that's all this is. Hit it with a hair dryer, bammo! We got this monstrosity. Got COVID for the 6th time. But I'm alright. What about you? Well, I'm apparently doing better than you because you got COVID. I'm sorry, Fred. COVID sucks. I've had it 3 times, and each time I was like, man, this ain't fun. Oh, it knocked the shit out of me. I hope that you're, like, at least taking in plenty of fluids and you're resting where you can, my friend. Cloud type or storm type EV? Not much. Just contemplating life and trying to figure out the mysteries behind why we exist. How about you? I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to eat for lunch tomorrow. No, I'm doing fairly well. Everyone in my house except for myself and Mizu are sick. Tacos. Cassandra's speaking my language. Hello, Cassandra. How are you, my friend? I hope you're well. The thing that really gets me is that no one talks about the fact that there is a quote-unquote PETA equivalent in this game. Or this is what I've been hearing. I haven't got to see much of that. But if you want to talk about like copying something, then like you can sit there and say that they're copying Pokemon because Pokemon Black and White had Team Plasma, which was essentially PETA. But then you can sit there and just say, well, Pokemon is copying PETA, but nobody wants to go there. Because I sure as fuck don't want to go there. Be excellent. Just doing my nails. I need to do my nails again. I haven't done mine in a long time. I've gotten really long because I haven't clipped them in like a week. UK disposable or throwaway vapes are being banned in May. I mean, you can mention it. Kind of surprises me, but at the same time, it doesn't. It's obvious a new evolution, Gustion. I'm still waiting for my ghost type where they get to evolve with a special stone known as a brick. Going to hell. Ah! There are 5 different teams in that game. Talk about Power World? What I'm just saying is, like, if people are going to argue properly. If you're going to sit there and say this, that, and the other thing, pick the right things to argue with. And even then, like, if you're going to hold them accountable for it, you got to hold Nintendo accountable and Game Freak accountable for it too. Because they're doing the same thing. They're copying shit left and right and have been for years. And it's not hard to do. They're doing it because they're not recyclable. I can kind of see that. That makes more sense. Because they would wind up causing a lot of waste. I want my dragon type evolution because my boy Sylveon deserves a balance. I just want it because it looked cool. I want a ghost one, I want a steel one, and I want a dragon one. I just want one for every type by this point. We just need one for every type by this point. Because, like, a rock one would look really cool. A ground one would look really derpy. A steel one would look badass. A dragon one would look majestic as fuck. And then I really, really, really want a ghost type. Because I love everything ghost type. What's up, Skinny Mix? How you doing? Poison would be cool. Can we just talk about how much it bothers me that poison types are weak to ground type attacks in Pokemon? Like, I get it, but I don't. I watched Hoeg's Law on Power World. Apparently Nintendo would have an extremely hard time winning a lawsuit. They would! They absolutely would! They would have a horrific time winning. They would have, like... That's what I keep trying to sell people. And if they were going to fight Power World, if they were going to fight it, they would have already done that. For one, the company that makes Power Worlds in Japan with Pokemon Company International. They're in the same fucking territory, basically. It would not be as hard as fighting something in a different country. they could just be like, yo, it's time to go, da da da. If they wanted to fight with them, if they were going to fight with them, they would have already done so. If they thought they had a snowball's chance in hell in getting this, they would have done so. This game would not have come out. Because this game has been in the works for over 3 years. I keep saying it over and over. 3 years. Because I remember hearing about it when it came out. Well, see, the ground being a witness of poison always, like, brings me back to, like, being a kid and, like, hearing, like, my parents were like this because my parents were medical peeps, but, like, I would hear other kids' parents be like, all you gotta do is rub a little dirt in it. I'm like, no! But, yeah, like, that's all I think about when it comes to poison types. And it's just, like, a blob of whipped cream. It does! It looks like it's edible. In its game, it is. What do you think about the rumors of AI involvement in the creation? First off, when it comes to stuff like that, and we're hearing about it when it comes to a game like this, when it comes to anything, when people are making claims of AI involvement, until I actually see proof of it, I can't just sit there and say, well, no, da-da-da, or, like, I can't just sit there and say, oh, it's automatically bad. I can't say that with anything unless I see proof. Like, I usually hold judgment on most things unless I see at least some kind of, like, actual undeniable proof. But I will say that, like, I'm not a fan of the use of AI art for a plethora of reasons. For one, AI art is just ugly. That's, like, my biggest issue with it, is that AI art is ugly, and two, like, it will... My second issue with AI art, and it's technically my biggest issue, is that AI art is usually stolen art. Now, why did I say this? Because a lot of people immediately, because I've had a lot of people that, like, ask this question because I've had talks about AI art. Because I can see the application of using AI for shit. I can see the application in using AI for certain aspects. I can. In the case of art, I don't like the use of AI art for the reasoning of that a lot of times all AI art is doing is you are putting an image or multiple images into a program and saying, I want something that looks like this. And what it's going to do is it's going to go and search everything it can or use everything that you give it to replicate that. It's not going to make anything new. It's going to replicate shit. It's going to replicate art styles. It's going to literally, in some cases, just rip parts, depending on which program is being used. It's going to just rip parts from all the different pieces of art you've gathered and Photoshop that shit together, basically. So, in that case, I have a lot of issues with AI art. And if it is using AI art for its stuff, I wouldn't be the biggest fan of it, no. AI will be used in medicine. And like, I'm not sitting here saying that, like, all AI is evil. I just don't like AI art. AI art is usually, in most cases, just theft, because all it's doing is replicating. Like, you can copyright an art style, for Christ's sake. Like, if you draw something too similar to Marvel, and you start selling it, and Marvel decides they don't like the fact that you're copying their art style, technically, via copyright law, you can hit somebody. Now, will it stick? That depends. But there are cases where it has. And that's literally all it's doing. And in some cases, we've seen AI art that is just fusing shit together so much that it'll even fucking rip some artists' freaking signatures. This is not always the case, but it's the case a good chunk of the time. So if it is using it, I wouldn't be happy with it. I guess more what your thoughts on AI being used more in games. Okay, so AI being used in games as a whole. Well, I view it as a double-edged sword. I'm going to quote Philip DeFranco on this, that we are currently at the state of AI everything being the absolute worst that it can be right now. Like, this is as bad as it'll ever be. It's only going to improve as it evolves. It's like this is the weakest AI art will be, and AI anything will be. That's just it. This is the weakest it's ever going to be. It's only going to get stronger from here. We're already seeing it evolve rapidly. Now, what do I think about that when it comes to game development? Well, it's a double-edged sword. There are practical applications to this. Like, okay, like when I'm writing a script for something, I will write out my entire script, get it completely set up in the way I want it, then I'll get someone to proofread it, then I'll put it in an AI program to shorten it. And then I will go in and rewrite it again to fix it. So for me, that's a practical application. That's great. It helps condense my shit down into a more digestible setup instead of me sitting here prattling on in something for hours on end. I've got a video that's coming out soon that that if I had left everything intact as the way it was going to be 40 minutes long, and it was going to be long, drawn out, and confusing. Throwing it through and getting it to help me condense shit dropped it down to about 15 minutes. It's all my own words, it's all my own writing, so for that, it's fine. It's just condensing thoughts. For that, that's okay. That kind of shit, that's perfectly fine. In the ability of using it when helping to make video games, the plus side to it is that it can allow for game creators to not be worked absolutely to death, because you can use AI to help touch things up, to help fix things, to help tweak things. You can use it as a tool to kind of lighten the load, just like you use any other program in your computer. You can use it to lighten the load. The problem where it becomes a double-edged sword and becomes a problem is when it starts doing more than that. When it gets used for more than that. When it starts getting used to the extent that it winds up just deleting jobs outright. So it depends on application, because you could be using machine learning to create a more complex dynamic game with scaling difficulty. And see, it's like, it kind of depends on, like what he just said here, what Felgo just said here, it depends on how it's being used, what you're doing with it. As I said, in some cases, it can be used as a way to lighten a load, but if you're using it to literally just start, finish, make a game, and it throws game developers out, that's where we get kind of rough. That's where it's not appreciated. There are cops on the game. Brothers of Eternal Pyre that can be on a volcano in the game. They're Free Pal Alliance. I know about the different factions, the different teams. The PAL Genetic Research Units. But yeah, it's going to depend on the application. It's going to depend on what it's used for, how it's used. If it's used to help touch things up, if it's used to help smooth things out, if it's used to make things run a little bit better, if it's used to like lighten some burden. These are great things that AI can be used for. AI does have a lot of practical uses, and I'm fine with it being used practically as a tool. We need to put that in the description, as we all soon. Why is that heart thing always in the way? What did that say? Soon a Fear will have all handmade video games as. Soon a Fear will have all handmade video games as a selling point. Yeah, and like that I could see being a thing. I'm stuck on some homework. I say AI could possibly be a good tool to help me. And see, yeah, that's like a good way. That's a good way to put it. It's like there are people that wind up using AI, like take it like a lot of kids do nowadays. There are a lot of kids that use ChatGPT to write entire freaking essays for them. And that's a bad way to do shit. Nobody learned anything, nobody got anything done right, and usually they're going to flunk out because it doesn't include what they need to have in the paperwork. Versus other students that'll use ChatGPT or other AI like it to shorten stuff down or to condense thoughts or to make things a little more concise. Using it as a tool to fix things is great. Using it as a tool to just do it for you, that's when shit gets sloppy. Turn to AI and ML as a tool to assist productivity. Still have to have staff with proficiency in it to use it. This is true. I know there's been a lot of fear of job loss because of automation from AI, but I don't think we are there yet. And see, that I can also agree with. Like, okay, so like, I don't like bringing up internet drama, but I want to bring up a little bit of internet drama. This happened last year. If you used to do something completely for someone, then that's a big no. If it's used to help slightly boost someone's skill or assist in small ways, it should be fine. See, I agree with that. See, there was a bit of drama that came up with AI. I think it was like either start of 2023 or it was the end of 2022. Now I've been a big fan of this creator for a very long time, but like I had to like weigh in a little bit on this at the time of not being happy with how they did something. They did an entire video that was AI generated, like the entire, like all they did an anime style video. It was corridor digital rock paper scissors, anime rock paper scissors, and wait, nope, stop that. And you know what? If they want to do stuff like that, I guess more power to them. They are talented enough where they didn't have to do AI for all this stuff. They wanted to use AI because it was a new medium, right? They want to try all this out. But where they went completely sideways with this is they were talking about how it was going to basically start replacing... It was going to basically start replacing, like, animators. It was going to start replacing the need for, like, traditional animation. And I'm sorry, but I don't see that going that route. I don't see it being able to go that way because it won't be able to convey things properly. And I say that we're at the point where it's helping us as humans improve like grammar, summarizing, find more effective ways to do stuff. Yeah, that kind of stuff is great. I just fear that it won't be true talents in the world if AI becomes too powerful. And I can see that fear. Now, see, the thing that I have to sit here to think about when it comes to this kind of stuff, the thing that like I have to sit here and kind of ponder on is that, like, if you're going to be using AI for everything, you won't be able to use it for everything. It won't be able to replace everything. It won't be able to be utilized for absolutely every single thing. And the reasoning for that is actually something that's already our fault. We are in a point in time right now that when it comes to art, animation, entertainment, music, and everything, to where we are so used to basically quick scrolling, think TikTok style content, where we're so used to like jumping from thing to thing to thing, that we need more and more stuff that can fully keep our interest. It's getting harder to keep a viewer's interest. By a lot. It's getting harder for peeps to be able to sit down and watch through stuff. And if it doesn't have a compelling enough story and compelling enough reasoning to watch it, to play it, to interact with it, it's not doing well anymore. You can't just randomly throw something together and it just automatically work anymore, because people are becoming desensitized to media as a whole. So with the way AI works, if you're going to be like, oh, well, AI is going to take over everything, It won't have the ability to because stuff will be played out too safe. Stuff will be played out too dull. It'll be too easy to discern it from actual story writing. I don't see it taking over. I don't see it becoming the be-all and end-all just because it still needs the proper spark of originality with it, or a proper spin or twist on it to keep people entertained. I can make an argument that sometimes using AI to do a task for someone is a requirement if it's running complex calculation. Why is this not playing the next song? If it's running complex calculations and computations, but that is a specific use case. Use it to write an essay for you is a no-go because that is something you should take on yourself. AI is only as intelligent as it is programmed to be. And this is true. But I don't fear it actually taking over talent. I don't fear it completely running out talent because weirdly enough, it can't exist without it. AI in and of itself still, as Felgo states here, it's only as intelligent as it's programmed to be. It'll have to still pull from other sources. It has to either learn or copy. So it'll have to have other things around it to kind of leech off of. It can't exist without talent. So the upcoming generation, along with the increased demand for social media and AI, will destroy the years to come. There's a mass amount of people who can't think for themselves. Then with the mesh of AI and quick media, we'll all be screwed later down the line as the years go. Well, see, that's just it. Okay, so like, this is something I've been looking at. And I've been looking at for years. Looking into this for years. Part of this coming from taking business courses back in college and learning how to analyze trends and analyze stuff that's been coming out. So it's been coming out, so it's been worked with, so it's been like evolving throughout the years. And hello, Artemis! How are you, my friend? We're doing fairly well. My family is sick with what we are hoping is nothing more than a cold or the flu. But everyone's kind of meh, so I'm holding a chat and chilling, hanging out with everybody. But yeah, so, okay. I lost my train of thought there. Give me a second. A lot of people, like, we like to point at the new generation and say that, oh, well, they can't think for themselves, or, oh, they're not doing this, or, oh, they're not doing that. Oh, there's so many stupid people in the new generation. You know what? You're absolutely right. There are a ton of stupid people in the new generation. But, the exact same thing was said about my generation. People looked at my generation, which I'm assuming is also yours, because I'm assuming we're at least within a 10-year age frame of each other. Don't quote me, I could be wrong. But going off of speaking patterns, mannerisms, and so on and so forth, I'm going to assume such. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that has been said about my generation. That was said about the generation before mine. It's said with every new generation. Every new generation, we're always going to sit there, and we get to see a lot more of it now because of the internet, because seeing stupid on the internet is far more viewable than seeing something intelligent. But there are still massive advancements that are coming through. There are still people that are learning new technologies, new tech, and new stuff every day. Hello! Get some hearts in the chat. Hell, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for that. Speak fluent stupidity. I feel that. But yeah, no, okay, so like, it's because I don't have anything else going on in the background today. It's just playing music and chatting with peeps today. So everything's going through a little bit faster. It's with every generation. I feel like it's more terrifying with the upbringing of social media, making it truly visible, and the higher rates of anger and aggression. It's sad and scary to think of. Now, I will say this generation that we've got coming up does seem far angrier, and we do seem to have way more violence in the world than we've had in a long time. I'll give you that. On the being raised in the realm of social media, though, and being raised in this realm, yet again, it's one of those double-edged sword kind of type deals where there's good and bad, and it's going to come down to the parents teaching this generation of how to utilize these things as tools to help them progress. I'm a millennial. I was born in the very tail end of the 80s going into the 90s. I grew up throughout the 90s. That's my growing up phase, was from the 90s, right? Okay, so my generation got kind of like the weird rap. We're kind of like the weirdos as far as the generations are concerned. The reason why is because around us, technology evolved exponentially every year. So we were constantly getting bombarded with new thing. You seen Home Improvement, like the old show Home Improvement? Yes, I have. This new generation is in a similar boat that generations before millennials were in, where everything that they've got has a solid foundation, and it's constantly evolving. It's not in this rapid changing state. Like, for me as a kid, we went from not having cell phones, computers being massive, but only being as powerful as maybe a calculator in some cases, and we went from 8-bit being like next generational shit, all the way up to having fully rendered 3D animation graphics and so on and so forth. We went from having computers that take up an entire room to having all that processing power in your pocket. We went through every different iteration of having it in your pocket too during that time frame, versus kids that are growing up in this current generation. They started off with this and have just watched how this has taken shape over time. For us, we went from having a brick for a cell phone to having a computer for a cell phone that was the size of a wallet. Whereas this current generation has always had this. They've always had these things, so it's a little bit easier for people. It's a little bit easier for them to just be like, okay, so they can learn everything in front of them, and it's not. For us, every time something new came out, we had to relearn everything. Something new came out, start at ground zero. You are learning everything from scratch every time a new thing came out during our generation. Versus for this newer generation, they have one thing, it does the same thing every time it upgrades with new features. We didn't get new features, we got new everything every 2 or 3 years. Like, it was a culture shock every 2 or 3 years for a millennial, versus the next generation has the advantage, and this is why I don't think they're going to grow up as stupid as people say they are. They are able to actually take the time to learn what they have and learn it to a degree that they can become proficient in it. There are so many people in my generation that are not proficient in any form of technology because a lot of them either don't trust a lot of the forms of technology or got so tired of it changing so rapidly they became burnt out on the world itself, because every time they pick something up, it's like, I've got this, to, oh fuck, 2 weeks later, it's something completely different and what I have is completely outmoded. So I don't think this generation's doomed like a lot of people like to say they are, because they have got the ability to become proficient. They have a better proficiency rating than we do. Watched a video on it. Millennial parents are so burnt out that they don't know what else to do but give their kids unlimited Wi-Fi access. I can't get in depth, sadly. It's a huge wave of research. And this is true. There are also tons, like, I know a lot of parents in this generation. I, myself, am not a parent. I am an uncle to 5 wonderful children. And I've seen the difference between what we like to call the iPad parents and actual parents. I have seen several parents in my generation that you're right. They're just like, I'm too burnt out, hands kid an iPad, and that's all that happens. That kid grows up with an iPad attached to him. But then I've also seen parents that will look at them and be like, here is a tablet. This is a tool. It can be used for entertainment, but this is also a tool to learn. And let me teach you how to use it as a tool. Let me teach you how to help yourself with this tool and what this tool can do. No, you cannot be on the internet with this thing at 11 o'clock at night. You cannot be on this after set amount of hours. You have set amount of time throughout the day if you've done your schoolwork, your homework, and your chores that you can do this. And I've seen the vast differences in that. And there are several parents that do that. They're not advertised in the media. You don't see them in the media. You don't see the good parents that are like, okay, you have this tool here and you can't use it all the time. You need to actually learn the thing. You don't see those parents. The parents you see are like, here, little Timmy, here's an iPad. And they go walk off and go drink mimosas. That's what you see on television all the time. And that's not always the case. This is coming from someone who isn't particularly fond of children and doesn't plan on having children of his own. I could definitely be one of those people that just says, oh yeah, all parents this generation do that. Because I hear that a lot. I hear it a lot. I'm not saying that's you. But like, I do see it a lot. I see it a lot from the older generation where they're like, it's just all the iPad kids. Now, don't get me wrong. Let me reiterate that real quick. I am definitely not saying that's you. I know that I kind of took that thing that you said and ran with it in that direction, but I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to somebody else in my life who drives me up a wall. But no, I've seen like real parents that use these things as tools and teach them and teach how to use them as tools. I've seen teachers that teach how to use these things as tools. Are children harder to teach? Are children having more difficulties learning these days? Yes, they fucking went through COVID. There's a lot of shit that makes that an issue, but they're catching up. Wasn't talking about you, fell ghost. You're a prime example of what you should actually do. Hello, Nettie! How are you? I did enjoy that thing you sent. Do you by chance remember the 2-finger salute used by AI Borland every episode? Al Borland, yes! Al Borland. Sorry, I've been talking about AI a lot. I was like, who the fuck's AI Borland? Oh, wait. Don't forget headphone jacks. I miss headphone jacks! I'm still salty over that. I'm still salty. Like, of all the things to be salty about, that's the thing I am most salty about. None of my shit has headphone jacks. Except for my Switch. Let's see. Which is true. I feel like the newer generation has a leap forward to learn and do so much more. And I completely agree with that. Tell your siblings there. And this account of me, 5 children, is like, man, if you could manage to handle that, you're a god, in my opinion. It's constant news and information versus only getting it at specific times. Yes. People should not get featured for doing exactly what they should do. Also agreed. Negative news gets ratings, not good news. Also very true. Miss real headphones too. Oh my god, I hate the new jacks are in charging port. It sucks. I miss normal headphones with normal headphone jacks. That's not like, that made me so mad. Hey, we're taking away headphone jacks. Right after that, immediately they make a headphone jack that just plugs into your charging port. It's like, why don't you just fucking give me back my goddamn headphone jack? 3.5 millimeter headphone jack. It's not that hard. It still works. Give it back to me. In a lot of cases, the audio quality is better than when you send it over wirelessly. The only time I truly, fully appreciate wireless is while I'm streaming or playing video games. Why? Because I do this shit. I'm also notorious from standing up from my desk and taking my computer with me when I'm attached to it. I don't think I could handle that. These 5 are just from my direct siblings. I don't have many siblings. Those are the kids. Talk to the others. Which having a headphone jack was amazing this weekend. Gotta listen to Superstar Saga without worrying about volume to others. Right? I like to play the Vocaloid rhythm game. And I like to play that like when I'm in a car going somewhere a lot. And having my headphone jack just makes me happy. Just for yours too, it annoys me how CDs are basically being phased out despite still being very relevant. What really makes me laugh about that is that we have like records coming back. Records are coming back in full force. What really makes me feel old is I used to freaking have a Walkman. I used to have like well into like CDs being the main thing. I still used tapes, like cassette tapes. And I used them because like I would record songs that I wanted off the radio because my CD player also had a tape player on it and I could just record anything that it heard. Put everything on a tape, just take it with me. And now it's considered like retro chic. You have like companies are remaking the Walkman now. And people are buying that shit. You know, like, it's so retro, and I look at that, I'm like, technically, it's but God, that hurts me! Though, man, I really do want, they made one recently, and this proves that I am nothing more than a consumer sheep. I want the one that Star-Lord has in Guardians of the Galaxy, because I'm 5 like that. I still have my boombox. Use a salute all the time, and the other day, some lady saw it and accused me of giving gang signs. Really? Flannel shirt gang. If you want to join, I don't think so, Ted. Yeah, Polaroid cameras are back, and they're $100 fucking. And well, I know why vinyl records are coming back, but that's just it. Like, I'm watching a lot of this stuff come back. The only thing that I haven't seen come back in this, because there's not a lot of reason for it to, is A-tracks. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so like, the question got presented by Cassandra of what my thought process, what my thoughts were, not what my thought process, what my thoughts were on Power possibly using AI in helping its creation. And from there, we got on this long talking tangent discussing AI, its effects on current generations and next generations. Will it be something that corrupts people? Will it be something that just works? Like, what are we looking at as a whole when it comes to AI? And while talking about that, we started also talking about other things like I was discussing the difference in generations between millennials and Gen Z, and technically also Gen Alpha. I want to play Cassette Beasts. I do. I really do. And the key difference with millennials versus Gen Z and Gen Alpha, honestly, on top of it, is the biggest differential you're going to have was that millennials went through the culture shock of every couple years, their technology not just changing, but completely evolving. Going from brick cell phones to small cell phones to massive cell phones, so on and so forth. Going from having computers that took up entire rooms to a computer you literally carry in your pocket that can do what that did 1,000,000 times over. Stuff like that. Going through and explaining how we went through this culture shock every single time a new bit of technology came out versus with Gen Z and Gen Alpha, these current generations, being able to actually refine their knowledge on the technology they are given because their technology is changing but not massively overhauling or massively evolving every time they turn around. It's like you get a cell phone every time you get a cell phone, aside from maybe learning a new operating system, for the most part, a cell phone will be a cell phone will be a cell phone nowadays. Whereas it didn't used to be that way back during my generation. So I was because we had the thought process, we had the conversation of being worried about this current generation, basically being the iPad generation, being the generation that like just grows up with just constantly just keeping their faces glued to their technology and not learning from anything. But I put up the argument that they have the ability and the capability to technically be more proficient in what they are handed because they're not being forced to relearn everything every couple of years. Everything they are being handed is an evolution of something they've already had, not a, well, throw it out, we're starting over. Saw the rise and fall of CED, Laserdisc, and several other technologies. We did. We saw like the rise and fall of like damn near everything. like there was so much weird when it came to our tech. And hello, Mizu! How are you, my love? Look, you have a member thingy now. Let's train AI to play Power World and prep for PvP combat. Well, see, that's something else that's like really funny, is that like a few years ago, one of the biggest things we had on Twitch was Twitch Plays Pokemon, right? And essentially ran on the whole process. If you throw 100 monkeys into a room with a typewriter, or if you throw like 1,000,000 monkeys in a room with a typewriter, eventually one of them will type up Shakespeare. You have the entire works of Shakespeare typed out eventually. Well, I mean, the same thing kind of goes with like when you put a bunch of humans in a room, you put us all in a room, eventually we'll beat Pokemon together by randomly mashing inputs. It's the same kind of thing with AI. It's kind of doing the same thing. What are you struggling right now with, babe? Twitch Plays Pokemon was amazing to watch. I absolutely love that. I mean, a Goldfish also people. Yeah, Goldfish beat, like, what? Was it Ruby version? Or did they beat Red and Blue? Hey, new phone. What's new this time? 2000. It's no longer a brick and has a touch screen. 2020. Oh, it's just a micrometer thinner. And we remove the earphone jack to save battery. Ah. Was the fish red and blue? I can't remember which one the fish beat. But I know Twitch Plays Pokemon eventually went from red and blue to gold and silver to ruby and sapphire. They eventually did Twitch Plays Pokemon for many of the Pokemon games. Thought it was Pokemon Emerald. Well, it's like Gen 3 Pokemon. One fish, bullfish, red fish, blue fish. But yeah, so like, when it comes to technology, it's always going to come down to what's learned with it, what innovations come with it, and what you can do with it. I'm a bit unique because of my disability. I was forced to use technology because I couldn't write or really do anything without some sort of technology. But I'm also in my mid-30s. And see, I get that. And see, that's the other thing. Is like, technology has advanced so far that like not only can peeps that don't have any issues can use things, but peeps that like have like any kind of disability, they now have more tools at their disposal to be able to do stuff that they would be originally deemed unable to do. It's like a lot of people have been looking at. I've never seen so much fear of technology than I have right now, and I don't fully understand it. Like, don't get me wrong, technology, like, new shit's always scary. You're talking to a fucker with autism, we freak out over anything new. That's just the thing. But like, I've seen so many people just terrified of technology now, where I grew up in a generation where things evolving was a good thing. Technology scares us. And like, in some cases, I do understand where the fear is. Like, I understand it. I I can't get behind the fear of it, but I can understand why some people are, especially if it could be something that could replace your job. I could definitely understand that. But there's always going to be technology that's going to replace a job. There always is. It's been that way forever. Fear with good reason, because previous technology couldn't think for itself. I agree and disagree with this. I scare technology have blue screen many a system by just touching it. I could both agree and disagree with that statement, though, Hawkeye. Where I can agree with is, yes, anything that can think for itself can be kind of scary. But yet again, I'm gonna, because I keep like going back to this one because he made such a good point on this one. I'm gonna go back to what Felgo said on this. AI is only as good as it is technically programmed to be. It's still programmed. It still has limits. And I don't see us hitting Skynet level anytime soon. I've always liked to explain technology, especially AI technology, but technology in general to people in a very simple fashion. And I use this a lot. I used to use this a ton when explaining this to people that were older than me that didn't want to learn technology. Because when it comes to people that are a generation above you, they're going to go one of two ways. They want to learn everything about new technology, or they want to have nothing to do with it. It's always going to, and it seems to go that way with this generation too, recently, from what I'm seeing. But when it comes to AI, when it comes to computers, in general, when it comes to programs in general, you need to look at this shit in kind of this kind of light. You need to sit there and think of it kind of like the smartest fucking 5-year-old on the entire planet. It can do anything it's told to do as long as it's within its parameters. But it can only do what it's told to do. And it can only do it so far as it is programmed to do so. So it's kind of like, you can have the smartest little Timmy on the planet, but little Timmy can only do what little Timmy has learned to do. Little Timmy can only do what he has the physical capability to do. So, when it comes to dealing with all these things, I like to tell people it's still like dealing with a genius-level temperamental child. Which means it has all the capability to also melt down just as hard. I think for myself, and that's a scary thought. Let's see. And someone today had a brain chip put in that was developed by Elon Musk. Shit like that scares me. But at the same time, I also can see where the practicality of that is because of who they're testing that with. Scared technology. What did Jade say? Y'all want to feel old? YouTube is turning 19 on. Oh, that hurts me. Oh, that hurts me. I have to realize I feel old due to me turning 19 on the 11th this coming month. You feel old. I feel old. I'm 35. The tech seems exciting. It's just scary because it's made by that guy. Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. It's not even the first Neuralink ever done. Other companies have done it for a few years. This is true. And how's it going, Rabbit Dude? Just turned 30 this weekend. It's weird. Right? For me, it's weird because I'm surprised I made it that far. Every 5 years, I kind of view it like a checkpoint. We made it this far? Cool. I don't know how I did that, but cookie to me. A year older than me. I turn 36 this July. Happy upcoming year of the dragon to everybody this year. which is also the year I was born, which is Year of the Dragon. For anybody who's like me and puts more stock into that than they probably should, because I'm definitely one of those peeps. Oh, turned 40 this year. Where did the time go? Jeebus. To say I'm almost twice the age of YouTube. I wish I was Year of the Dragon. So you turned 30 this year, so that would put you... Yeah, that would put you 94. So, if you're 94, yeah, you're Year of the Dog. Your same year as my younger brother. Year of the Horse. Year of the Rabbit. Pig. Snake, you're the rooster. You're the rat. It's like I'm hearing these, and some of these actually kind of start making sense to me. It's like, oh, some of this actually tracks. Again, proving I put way too much stock in this stuff than I should, but let's see. Let's go with this playlist for now. I also don't like the idea of technology thinking at all. I can deal with humans outsmarting me, but sure as heck not a machine. I mean, I got over having machine be smarter than me because, like, I've been trying to play chess against machines for years. And, yeah, I've been outsmarted by computers since I was, like, 5 playing chess against a computer. So, like, even without, like, actual, like, AI running, like, I have had my ass kicked by a computer, so... But I also get that because I get far more pissed off when playing Salmon Run in Splatoon than I get playing against normal people. Because normal people kicking my ass, okay, that's a person who kicked my ass. Computer kicks my ass in Splatoon, I get really pissed. I get really salty. I get really pissed off fucking playing Salmon Run in Splatoon because Lord help me, I hate being beat by the enemy. I hate being beat by AI enemy. Remember when I was younger playing Mario Maker on the Nintendo Wii? See, I remember being a full-blown fucking adult playing Mario Maker. I didn't see the joke. Which is the answer to the question of the meaning of life. I don't see what funny I skipped. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is in his 50s. Does this make him Dwayne the Fossil Johnson? Jesus Christ. That's mathematically explainable, though I agree with you. So I get it, but at the same time, like, I've long since accepted, like, that computer, like, because, like, yet again, using these things as tools is where I usually sit with stuff. Remember using Mario Teaches Typing to learn to use a keyboard? I remember Mario Teaches Typing not teaching me shit. I still can't type for shit on the keyboard. It's a reason why when we play Lethal Company, I usually have someone else stay at the computer. I don't mind being at the computer. Being at the computer would allow me to set up for so many pranks. It would be hilarious that I could make hilarious shit happen sitting at the computer. I could do stupid sitting at the computer. The problem is I can't type fast enough to save anybody's ass. That's the problem. I'm lucky if I get 30 words out in a minute. I actually had better luck with typing of the Dead than I have with Mario Teaches Typing. Yeah! House of the Dead 2 teaching me typing. Miss a game. You can get it. I think you can get it on Steam. I think you can get it on Steam. As well as I think they actually made one for the newer House of the Dead, if I remember correctly. I think they actually made one for the newer one. Wait, let me double check. Let me double check. Typing of the Dead. Because I remember, I think it's on Steam. Don't quote me, but I think it is. Yeah! Typing of the Dead Overkill is available on Steam. Let's see. Type of the Dead Overkill. Type of the Dead Overkill Collection. We have Filth DLC, Shakespeare, Dancing with the Dead, Silver Screen, and Love at First Bite. So it's romantic typing of the romantic words with typing of the Dead. You have movie references with typing of the Dead. You have music references with typing of the Dead. You have Shakespeare typing of the Dead. You have Filth, which is typing up a bunch of nasty words with typing of the Dead. And then you have just standard typing of the Dead. I can be all about this shit, man. Let's do it. Just imagining Z locking me in with a bracken as a prank. Yee! What's up, Zach? How you doing, friend? I don't miss the game that much. I would play this one just because I want Samuel L. Jackson cussing up a storm while I'm typing shit out. Doing great. Just finished the play. Oh, what play did you finish? Tell me about it, my friend. Let me know. Remember watching a speedrun type of it? Lord, yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Well, okay, I saw a YouTube video of it that was absolutely insane, as well as a documentary on, like, the various speedruns of Typing of the Dead. Oh, the Badger Mushroom song. I heard that and Nugget and a Biscuit. So mentally feel like I did when I was 16. Now if only the body works. So same! Exact same! Like, I hate to admit that a lot of my mental state sticks around from, like, when I was 20. A lot of my mental state sticks around, like, from, like, my 20s is about where my mental age kind of, like, stuck. Because that's where, like, the most evolution in my mental state took place. Chocolate rain. Yep. Had an old fat TV from a PS2. I have one in storage. I've actually got my TV set up where I can... I've got my monitor set up where I can stream PS2, original Xbox, and GameCube. Ah, vacuum tubes. CRTs didn't use vacuum tubes, did they? Yeah, they did. I'm stupid. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Did they? I haven't taken apart a CRT in so long, I can't remember what's in a CRT anymore. Film station. Oh my god. Remember Gangnam Style was popular back in 2012. It's been 12 years since it. Yeah, I remember that too. I remember it at conventions, everybody dancing it at cons. A few CRTs, and they did not use vectors. I couldn't remember. I didn't think they did, but like at the same time, I was like, wait. Or discharging CRT monitors and slamming the corpse in the dumpster. That nice, satisfying, like, yes. I got a CRT that's still in good shape that I want to use for a MAME cabinet. Fell Ghost, we gotta talk about a MAME cabinet. Well, growing up thanks to my father, I thought it was filled with boobs. It's not a zombie stream until someone mentions titties. Jesus. Smell of Blockbuster. Man, okay, so I can too. Like, I can still like vividly remember the smell of a Blockbuster. I remember walking to Blockbuster all the time. What was really funny was I walked into Blockbuster more, because for us it was movie gallery most of the time. But I remember walking to Blockbuster more often in my late teens and even my adult years than I do as a kid. Because I would always go and like they would have like buy like 5 games or 5 DVDs for like $30 is also they were taking off shelves. That low weird hum that they always made. Yeah. Have you heard of Jared Owens on YouTube? Does 3D animations of how things work? That sounds familiar. Let me take a look. Yeah, I've watched him. Yeah, but it always sounds like a low drone to me. Like, I know it's a high-pitched buzz, but it always sounds like this weird low drone. You're getting up early on Saturday to watch cartoons one of the few times you could. Right? Man, oh. Getting super excited and freaking out because the cartoon you wanted to watch, there were cartoons on 2 different channels at the same time. And Lord help you if you didn't have the ability to record one so you could watch the other one. I remember the season finale of Digimon Adventure, the first Digimon series. It came out, which is them fighting a Pokemon, the same day that the lost episode of Pokemon aired on Kids WB. And I was running back and forth between the rooms to watch both. Because we had a TV down in like the kids' room, which was a really old TV, and we had like a newer-ish TV in the den, so I'd run back and forth rapidly trying to watch both. We're not 100% sure on how everybody got sick. We kind of have a thought process that it may have happened during one of the younger ones' birthday parties, but we can't confirm. We don't really know because we don't know what everybody has yet. We just everyone's cold. Everyone's sick with like cold/flu-like symptoms. MASH ended 41 years ago. Jesus. So like the only people that aren't sick, at least as of right now, that aren't sick to any form or capacity, as we know right now, are myself and Mizu. So remember we had VHS versions of the first few seasons of SpongeBob SquarePants, and we also had VHS tape of Matilda. Lord, our VHS collection was massive. I remember the first VHS tape I ever bought with my own money. I was 6. And I got some birthday money, and the very first VHS I ever bought was The Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh yeah, we're treating everybody pretty heavily with all the vitamins and everything they need right now. One of my coworkers has a ringtone of the White Ranger's dagger. White Ranger? You mean the Green Ranger? 'Cause Green Ranger had the dragon dagger. It played like a flute. The White Ranger had Saba. It didn't make music. It was a talking Sphinx head. Was a few episodes of Zoids. The first one I ever owned, the first one that was ever mine, was not Night for Christmas. That was the first one I ever bought. The first tape that was ever mine, the first movie that was ever mine that was bought for me and given to me as a gift was from my mom and dad when I was like 3 or 4. And that was the DuckTales movie. And I watched that until I wore out the tape itself. Because we had tons of tapes that were bought just for like the house, but my parents bought that one for me. And then first one I ever bought myself, I remember going to Walmart with my dad and buying that for Christmas. My dad looking at me kind of strange because I wanted it, which I don't know why, because he took me to the theater to see that when I was way too small to be in a theater. Because that was my first ever movie. I was 4. And we went to see Night Before Christmas. And then he took me to Burger King. And I got a Night Before Christmas watch from Burger King. Because they had those special edition watches that you could buy. They had 4 different ones. I got the one with him in his sleigh. See, it's always weird the shit that we can remember very precisely. We could like remember like weird shit from years and years and years ago, but anything like I'm supposed to remember from like 2 days ago, I'm lucky if I remember a fraction of it. So we had a ticket system to limit the amount of TV we watched. One ticket was 30 minutes of TV. See, that's kind of a smart way to do it. Learned the hard way because my girlfriend works in elementary school and the kids were always sick. Yeah. Lord. See, for us, the way we got indoctrinated into how to treat all these different things was because I had a parent that worked in a hospital, and they would come home and always get us sick. I remember when the swine flu hit, and that was one of the sickest moments of my life, was them basically bringing home swine flu, and I caught it. And I was sick as a fucking dog. Saved those tickets by not watching anything. Got some VHS of Pokemon. Couldn't watch it until the next week, but the system went away soon after that. Parents did a ticket system too. Had to spend tickets to even go to a friend's house at one point. Jesus. My parents did not restrict me when it came to going to see friends and whatnot, because my parents were shocked I had friends. Like, he has friends, let him go! Let him go, he's got friends, oh God! When did that happen? Oh. Believe it or not, I was not always the social butterfly that people think I am today. Had to get that vaccine, not fun. See, that's one of the ones I wish I'd gotten, because I usually get vaccinated. That's one of the ones I wish I'd gotten, because, Lord, I never want to be that kind of sick ever again. Artemis finds the system exploits. Streamers on Saturdays, me and my mom would put on Cartoon Network and would watch Courage the Cowardly Dog or Codename Kids Next Door or whatever was on. I actually found the complete collection of Courage the Cowardly Dog at Walmart back in like August, because Mizu and I saw it when she came down, one of her first times coming down here, and we bought that shit immediately when we saw it because it was like $20. We're like, fuck, we ain't letting that go anywhere. They all had childhoods. I grew up in the system. I had no childhood. Damn, dude. My childhood was complicated, but I'm not going to get into that here. That's not something that I'll share damn near anything with stream, but that's not something I'm necessarily comfortable with fully sharing. Have a good night, dude. Me exploiting the system is actually what made it go away, if I remember correctly. I can see that. Plus, Swim brought back old Cartoon Network shows on their new checkered pass block. Oh. Look back at my childhood. Sure, I was traumatized as a kid for my abusive dad, but my mom always tried her best for the little she had at the time. So glad we cut my dad out when I was 6 years old. Damn. But I'm glad things got better. Cerebral palsy. I'm always in front of the line for vaccines. 13 surgeries by the age of 17. Jesus. For me, it was all over the place. I'm not going to get too far into it, but like it had its great moments and it had its horrific moments. And that's about all I'm going to say on it as far as how things went in my childhood. It's not something I'm often a fan of sharing. I'll share something. Like, I like sharing the good things with you guys, but like the other things... What's your favorite cartoon non-anime? I have so many favorites that aren't anime, but if we're going like all-time favorites, probably Transformers. Childhood was just pre-zombification. There you go. That's right. But yeah, if I had to like just like label one as a favorite that's not anime, it'd probably be Transformers. Yeah, most likely Transformers. But there were several that I absolutely love. So I love Transformers. Let's see. I love Transformers, the original X-Men. I love the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. I adore the 90s Batman cartoon. I like a lot. I like things like the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. I really liked Adventure Time. I loved Regular Show. I really liked Steven Universe for a while. It's like I still have a very, very big warm spot in my heart for Ed, Edd and Eddy and Dexter's Laboratory. Like, it just kind of depends on what time frame we're talking about. But for like my all-time favorite, yeah, it's probably still Transformers. It's one that I always wind up going back to. Welcome back, Echo. Just thinking it was probably Transformers, but the question in the back of my mind was whether it could technically be labeled as anime. Okay, so like the original one, the original G1 Transformers series is not anime. It is technically not anime, but I can understand why a lot of people think it is. Because it came out in the same era as things like Voltron and Revoltech, or like Robotech, which was essentially just Macross. And it came out during those time frames where it looked like a lot of those things because it was animated overseas. That series was completely animated overseas, so it had a lot that could technically classify as such, but its story and everything was written was written stateside, and they would send everything off and have it animated over there and brought back over here. So technically, no, it is it Transformers is a Western cartoon that eventually technically would be classified as an anime later, because you get into season 3 and like the 4 episodes of season 4, and then you get into Japan's Transformers, which is done by the same animation studio that made the one that aired over here, and it takes place right after our series ends. So, like, it gets to that weird, complicated state, but, like, a lot of the series of Transformers were usually American-written cartoons. Not all of them, mind you, because we still have stuff like Armada, we have Beast Wars, we have God Force, and a bunch of the other ones. Energon, those were all like the anime variations and equivalents. I hope no one's strangling anybody. I'm still salty about Pirates of Dark Water. My mom and I watched that show religiously, and we were so mad it never got a season 2. What are your thoughts on the Bakugan reboot on Disney XD? I haven't watched it, so honestly, I wouldn't be able to give an opinion on it. I do know I've seen the toys in Walmart, and they look neat. So I do love this. I do love Samurai Jack. I do absolutely love Samurai Jack. It is a favorite of mine. I do love that series. It's also one of my dad's favorites. Yeah, as far as like the anime reboot itself, I couldn't tell you that because I haven't seen it. Because I usually don't like, even when I see someone's getting rebooted, I don't judge it till I watch it. The toys weren't selling, so they dropped Pirates of Dark Waters like a bad habit. See, I didn't even know that show had toys. But see, the basic rule of the internet is loudly stating your opinion on things you haven't seen. So I'm a bad citizen of the internet. I'm sorry. So glad Samurai Jack finally got finished. I am too. I know a lot of people were kind of iffy on on the newer episodes that came out, but I enjoyed them. Jaden's awesome. I don't know how Jaden can scare you. Jaden's freaking awesome. But yeah, like that's what I've always seen. It's always irritated me about the internet is that like there's so many people that will immediately judge something without seeing it. Like, okay, so like prime example of this. Like, I do not like My Little Pony. I don't. I have a visceral hatred for My Little Pony. But unlike a lot of my friends that hated it that never watched it, I watched a full season and a half of it, trying to figure out why everyone liked it. Because I liked a lot of cartoons that weren't necessarily, like, meant for me. Like, I loved the fucking shit out of Powerpuff Girls. The show was great. What season of My Little Pony? The first one. Honestly, it's the internet with people not letting TV shows, books tell stories if it's not completed. Well, I still, like, that thing hit, like, super, like, that series hit super hype when it dropped, and I just couldn't get into it. Like, this is a stupid thing to do. Just wait, it'll probably be relevant later. But there is the My Little Pony Transformers comic and deck building game. I didn't know it had a deck building game. I have the Transformers deck building game. I didn't know that it had, like, My Little Pony version of it. I have the comics for that crossover because a friend of mine worked in the local comic book shop. They came in and he knew my visceral hatred for one and my absolute love for the other, so he bought all of them for me and brought them to me. Have a good night again, dude. My Little Pony was one of those shows that I liked as a little child, but I now more appreciate the creepypasta of it, such as Rainbow Factory or the series .mov. I'm familiar with Rainbow Factory, and oh Lord, I remember Cupcakes going viral for a hot minute. Never understand how bad itching is until your body is covered in dead skin from being in a body cast. Everything else is relative compared to that. That sounds awful. In the Discord. Holy fuck, it did have toys. Holy shit. And holy fuck, is that expensive. Oh, that hurts me. That's cooler than shit. Holy crap. What kind of pasta, Alanna? And also, Alanna, hello! Hey, stay out of my shit. But yeah, no, any show, whether I like its art style or not, I will usually at least watch it to like kind of like try to give it the benefit of the doubt before I decide whether or not I like or dislike it. Like, I remember in the anime community, especially the anime community around here, the anime series Sword Art Online was a love it or hate it series around here. And I knew a lot of people that would just blindly hate it without ever watching it. And I had to give it a shot before I could actually say whether or not I hated it or anything like that. And I finally went and I watched it. And I hated it. I watched that whole first season. And at first it was okay. It was enjoyable all the way up until like the last like 2-3 episodes. And it just completely shits the bed. And I went from like, this is okay, to this is garbage. Oh man, you want to see something that like drove me absolutely up the wall and made me super duper mad? That always made me mad, especially after I finally watched Sword Art. Was that there would be a lot of people that would discover Dot Hack after Sword Art, and there would be so many people that would be like, there would be so many people that would go on about, oh look, Dot Hack copies this series copied Sword Art, and that happened after they started re-releasing the games, because they re-released the Dot Hack GU series. And like, look, it's copying Sword Art. And I was like, ooh, hold my beer, I'm about to beat somebody. I would get so upset. I get irate. I would get so mad. Ugh. A lot of SAO hate apparently stems from the second half of season 1. And rightfully so. Like, it started off decent. It wasn't like, it was not peak fiction by any means, but it started off okay. It was one of those like, this is passable. This is passable. This works. And then like around the end, like, Kirito starts to actually hook up with, the female lead in the series, Asuka. He finally starts, like, he hooks up with her, and she goes from being, like, this badass, kicking ass, and taking names kind of character, to becomes, like, horrific cookie-cutter damsel in distress, can't do anything for herself. It becomes, Kirito becomes way more overpowered than he already was, and then they start using... They literally start going into, they try to give it edgy topics by going into, they go into darker abuse topics, out of nowhere, unprompted. Asuna, that's it, Asuna, not Asuka. Unprompted, without warning, out of nowhere. It's kind of like the old comic book trope of women in refrigerators. Like, it was just there for Kirito's growth, not for hers. And that, why? It was unnecessary. It didn't help the story. It hurt the story. It destroyed a character. Because, like, they don't even go into, like, the trauma of this character or anything like that. No. This character just is now meek and mild-mannered permanently. And they're just like, oh, but that was the thing that happened, and that's it, and that's how they did it. It's like, nope, this is just give the hero a reason to buff out for no reason other than this key moment and destroy a character that was actually good. Because Kirito gets no character growth throughout that whole series. Asuna does. Asuna gets character growth all the way through, then they take all of it, they destroy it, they, in more ways than one, and just like, ta-da, and then no recovery. And never mentioning it again. Just, here you go. He's now just awesome. This guy's now awesome, and she's now irrelevant. I hated this. Hate. 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 The issue with those movies is that by that point, it's too late. And the movies, they don't, like, after the movies, they still keep her that way in the series. The series itself, nothing changes. You can add it to the movies, but unless you show these things in the series afterward and carry them over, it doesn't matter. Like, okay, ways that movies do this right. Movies with Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer. Both of them will have movies that will show entire arcs for a character in the span of a movie and explain everything for a character in the span of a movie. And when they do this, they carry all that over into the series. And even though, like, I love My Hero Academia, I can admit My Hero Academia has a lot of writing flaws, but there are still certain aspects of their movies that, when it comes to character growth, they still carry over. Not all of it. A lot of shit in the movies isn't completely canon, except for their first one. But, like, when they carry the shit over, and they it's like, okay, here's your character growth, and here's how your character got better, and here's how your character got this, and that, so on and so forth, they carry it over into the series, that's great. But when they have the movie, but it doesn't carry over, then it might as well not even be canon at all, if they aren't going to add that in to show where the character's growth is. I love when an anime takes a strong, independent female character and literally tears her to shreds. And see, now here's the thing for this. Here's the thing for this. Here's the thing that, like, really trips me out for this. Okay, so, like, look, because, like, anytime I've mentioned this, I have gotten flack for mentioning this, because a lot of people are thinking, oh, like, he's doing the woke feminist thing, da-da-da. I'm not a feminist. I'm not. I believe in equal rights. I believe in equal rights across the board. But I'm not what you'd classify as a feminist. When you have, but that aside, there's no excuse for just destroying a character. Asuna's character, period, was destroyed for bullshit reasons. That's what makes me mad. The character was destroyed for bullshit reasons, and they used the lowest common denominator bullshit to do it. And then ran with it and stuck with it just for the benefit of another character to have growth out of nowhere. And you can love Sword Art Online. I'm not going to tell you can't love it. I will tell you that there are other series, though, that do this far better. That tell these stories far better. One of which I know you're a fan of. Or at least it was doing it far better until recently. First season of Shield Hero tackles these kinds of things far better. It has its own complications, but it was still good, and it tackled a lot of this shit far better than SAO did. There are a lot of series that tackle this far better. Dot Hack tackled this a million times better. There are series that came out before it, like Dot Hack, that told this better, that it had as resource material to learn from. That kind of thing bothers me. There was no excuse for how they handled it, when there was so many examples of how to do it right in front of it. I love G Gundam, but G Gundam, I love G Gundam. G Gundam is the most politically incorrect series to exist for Gundam, as well as for a lot of animes, but I love G Gundam for its absurdity. Sure, in kinds of feminism, you may classify as a type of feminist and not realize it, or you're just a decent human being. Well, see, I like to think I'm at least an okay human being. That's what I like to think. G Gundam and booty shots. G Gundam had so many booty shots, and they had booty shots for everybody. Guy, girl, didn't matter. There was booty shots everywhere. The Gundams themselves had booty shots. That was peak fiction. I can't even say that with a straight face, but it was glorious. Zombies is a good zombie, not you. Awesome Space Boy, how the hell are you, man? Sorry I didn't immediately grab a hold of you and say hello to you, but how are you? You have a rant for me? Equality and booty. Right? I'm all about that. Was that the song? Wait a minute. What did I just hear? I don't remember a Gundam having jiggle physics. Wait, Alanna, do you want me to just like throw you on headset for this rant? We can bring you on as a guest. You want to pop in and like have like full on rant? I trust you enough to rant on my channel. I need to finish Andor. I got a good ways into it. Oh yeah. I love what I've seen of Andor. I just didn't get to finish it because I moved while it was coming out. But I loved what I saw of it. Have a good night, Void Raptor! No, see, I still enjoy a lot of stuff Star Wars. Like, I don't enjoy the newer movies. I have a lot of problems with those newer movies. I mean, some parts of it are okay, but for the most part, I didn't enjoy the movies. But, like, I like a lot of the TV shows. Because we've got Andor. I still like The Mandalorian. I know a lot of people give The Mandalorian a lot of flack, but I enjoy The Mandalorian. I didn't like Book of Boba Fett. Mainly because it just got fully overshadowed by it got overshadowed by it just basically being still Mandalorian. Ahsoka was good, though I haven't finished that one. I love the Obi-Wan series. It got a little rough there in the middle, but I still loved its beginning, I loved its end. Have a good night, Void Raptor. Alright, we're going to add in Alanna right quick. Have ourselves a quick guest call.
Hello. Hello.
Howdy. Okay, so. Seeing what you typed in, I know where this is going to go. And for one, I'm fine with where this is going to go. I do have a little bit of debate room on this one. So we can have a little bit of a back and forth. Friendly debate.
Oh my god, yay. I'm glad.
Okay.
Hi, friends. Hi, friends in chat.
Everyone say hello to Alanna! They are in chat with us today. They are Random Dragons. Say hello to our lovely friend.
Hi, lovely friends.
Alright. So. You have a rant for us.
Yes.
I'm excited to hear this.
Okay, I think it's because I just finished watching Jujutsu Kaisen.
Uh-huh.
But like most of the animes I've watched, like are mostly like kids in like high school or something or middle school and something and just experiencing like all these life traumatic events and stuff. And it's like most of the adults are either really old or gay for some reason. And it's just like, can I please just have like one adult who I can safely simp on and not seem like a freaking predator or something? Like, I can't simp for like a lot of the characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. They're high school kids, you know?
Mm.
And like personally, I don't want Gojo. Like I feel like Gojo would be too much to handle. If anything, like
He's
I
too
would prefer
egotistical.
Ghetto.
Who?
I prefer Ghetto.
Which one is he?
He's Gojo's best friend.
Guy with the glasses. Oh, no. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm also
Yeah.
trying not to ruin stuff because, like, I don't know where everybody's at. There'll be a fuck it. Spoiler warnings possibly for Jujutsu Kaisen. Now we're okay. You got like 20 seconds.
No, I won't spoil anything. I won't spoil.
Because like name wise, like with the exception of a few characters, like my name won't retain them. I know exactly who they are when I see them, but like I don't always retain names. It's really bad with anime.
It took me so long to remember their names. It's okay. Like most of the people I describe by like their powers.
Yeah, because like my favorite person in Jujutsu Kaisen, I simp hard for him and his fucking daddy energy. I'm sorry, guy with glasses, the weakness cutter.
You mean 7/3?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I'm all about him, man. Jesus Christ. Ooh.
I think his name is Nanami.
Yeah. I love him. Oh, I love him. I've seen so many people. It's so bad, but I've seen so many people like meme on the fact, like, because he picks up that one dude by the ponytail in his fight.
Oh my god.
Like, I've seen so many people like do that at cons now. Just like if their character with a ponytail, they walk up to him, get on their knees while he's holding up the ponytail and his fucking weapon. And I'm like, yeah, I'd let him do that.
See, my favorite character is Inumaki. He's the one who goes tuna tuna.
Yeah,
but like he's baby. I can't. Like, what am I supposed? How am I supposed to feel about this character? Because like,
okay,
I can't be like, oh, he's my child, and I can't be like, oh, I simp for him, because the age difference is just like you know, like it's too weird.
See,
and so it's like,
for me, a lot of times what's going to come down to, and we've had a conversation about this recently. For me, well, a lot of times it's going to come down to on like simping, quote unquote, for a character, is going to come down to a lot of it's going to come down to majorly age coding. It's going to come down to age coding. There will be part of it's going to come down to age. There is also like basis on how realistic the character is for this, that, and the other. Because like one of my biggest problems with anime is a lot of the characters are not written as children, even though their age is given that. So it's like,
no, for
where
real.
the fuck are they?
That's what JoJo's. Like, what the fuck is JoJo?
None of the fucking JoJo characters are written as children. They're written as grown-ass men. They're designed as grown-ass men. And you find out that fucking Jotaro is 16, but he's built like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the 80s and has like college degree level like brain power. So like, and they say his age like twice, so almost no one knows how old he is. And like you have that happen with so many characters across the board, as well as like with him, like they're written like the guy who wrote the series literally stated that he wrote them to kind of be ageless, but he threw ages on them to fuck with people, which is mean, but hilarious.
Why would you do that to people?
I get really heavily, like I get on to people heavily that it comes down to age coding. It comes down to age coding. How is this character coded to be? Because like you'll have, I have two characters I can put this up with. I think I've had this one with you before. This conversation before. There's two characters I can easily point this to. There's Kana from Dragon Maid, and then there is Rebecca from Edge Runners. Both these characters are older characters, right? But Rebecca is written completely as an adult. Rebecca is a tiny adult. She is age 20, and by the end of the series, she's aged like 21, if I remember correctly. She is written as an adult from start to finish. She is like, she's an adult character.
Yeah.
You would not mistake this person running into them out in the wild as a child, other than by first glance of their looks, because they're short, and they're short and they're slim. But then you have a character like Kana. Kana, you'll see people's like, oh, well, she's a 1,000-year-old dragon, nee, so you can't yell at me about age and blah, 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 blah. But I'm sorry, Kana's a 1,000-year-old dragon, whom of which has the mentality of a preschooler and is going to preschool. That's not okay. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you also have La Brava from My Hero. She is a smaller character. She's a character with dwarfism. She looks a lot like a child, but she is not age-coded or written as a child in any point in the manga or the anime. She is written as an adult. So, shit like that can be understandable. But you have so many characters that, like, I agree with you on the, like, just age them up, but at the same time, like, they age up characters all the time. Like, they make the character older. Like, the character just comes out older to be like, haha, we circumvented this, but they're a fucking child. They are legitimately a child. So, like, that's where I get into stuff. That's where I get into that argument, where I get frustrated with that whole setup. There are some parts of it where I go, look, it's a fictional character, look, it's a cartoon, blah, 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 and I understand that argument, I understand sides of that argument, but when you get into it and you're looking at the character, how does the character act? What is this character? Does this character act like a small child? Then, ew is happening. If you're simping over a character that's wearing a kindergartner's backpack and is acting like a kindergartner, I don't care if that character's 5,000 years old.
Yeah, no, like, if you're already simping for a character who's acting like a child, like, first of all, that's the first red flag. Like, it doesn't matter their actual age, the fact that you're simping over a child. Like, we need to take you to therapy or something. This needs to be worked out.
I agree. But that's and I've had to have, like, these arguments and these discussions a lot, because you'll have characters, yet again, like bringing up Rebecca again from Edge Runners.
I love Rebecca.
I
love Rebecca. I'd die for Rebecca.
It's like I view a character like Rebecca as okay because that character doesn't act at all like a child, and I have friends that are built like her. Like, and that's where you get into that, like, that's where there's like a lot of, like, arguments on, like, how to design a character, what's okay versus what's not, and how to design a character even. Because when it comes down to a character like Rebecca, though, she looks very young, she is an adult. There are people in the real world that are built just like her that they deserve to be allowed to have relationships. They deserve to be allowed to do this, that, and the other. Like, I got a friend that is as old as I am. She's 35. And you take one look at her, and she looks like she might pass as 18.
That's me for real.
And she would, like, her and her boyfriend would get flack all the time because her boyfriend is a little bit more muscular than I am. He has a similar build and look that I do. This girl is my age. Her boyfriend's younger than her by 2 years. And he would get smacked by people screaming at him all the time because this is his girlfriend. Because she looks the way she does. So you have characters like that. So, and because of situations like that, is where for me it comes down to age coding. How is this character supposed to be? How does this character act? How is this character supposed to be portrayed in the media? How is she supposed to be recognized? Is she supposed to be recognized as a child? If you got one supposed to be recognized as a child, I don't care if that character's 80, 1,000. I don't care. If that character, it's kind of like Grogu. Like, nobody wants to simp for Baby Yoda. He's 50. He is a baby. Do not simp for you. I don't care if Baby Grogu is 50 fucking years old. He is a baby. Legitimately, he is a baby. baby. So, like, that's, like, one of, like, the key points I like to argue with that. It's like, look, no, like, that doesn't work. I don't care if he's 50. He is a baby. So don't do that. But then you'll have another character, like, then you'll have, like, characters they design nowadays that I do kind of agree with you. Like, why aren't some of these characters written at, like, 18, 19, so on and so forth, when you have them acting that way?
Fact.
You already have them acting that way. Like, we have the characters, the entire cast of Jujutsu Kaisen, they don't act, like, they have, like, some high schooler-ish moments, but to me, like, they all remind me of my friends in college.
Exactly.
So, like, that's where you get to that weird area. And I really wish, like, if you're going to write a character like an adult, then they should be an adult. Like, why don't you actually write them as an adult instead of giving them all this adult shit, but then making them a child behind it? This isn't me saying, oh, I want to simp for characters, mind you. But, like, it would stop so many fights. I don't know.
Well, this is me requesting because I want to simp for characters. Because let's be real. We need to start questioning anime more. Because why is every anime based in, like, elementary school, middle school, high school? Where are the adults? Why are all of the adults depressed?
I do have counters to that.
Oh yeah?
There are tons that are based in high school. There are tons that are based in elementary school, high school, so on and so forth. And there are tons that legitimately they should be. There are tons that they work for that. Like, take a series like High School of the Dead. Though be it that one's severely overly sexualized, the characters act like their age for the most part. So for that, the characters being written and it being High School of the Dead and them all being high school characters, aside from the super, super sexy shit they keep adding in on top of it, that still works. It still works that way. And you've got shows like, you can even look at shows like Metabots, Digimon. They are smaller kids, but, like, they still work well that way. And you even have adult show, or ones that are more geared towards adults, that will still have teenagers in them, but it gives these, like, perspectives that you would be familiar with as an adult more than you would as a teenager. You can relate to back then what you had then. But there are still tons of series, though, that do have adults in them. Adults are the main characters. There are several shows that still have adults as the main characters that are written relatively well, and you don't always have, like, the depressed character being it. One of the key instances of this that I can easily pull up would be Reincarnated as a Slime.
I've heard of that one, but I never watched it.
He was an adult. You have Overlord, main character that is an adult, and everything else in the series around him are legitimately just programmed NPCs. As well as you have him not simping on everybody, which is great. And not to say that you can't have, like, sexualized content in anime. I'm not trying to be a prude or anything like that. I enjoy my fan service anime every now and then. But there are still tons of animes that have adults that aren't depressed, that are good characters, that have good writing with them. But I do know why they usually say these characters are aged the way they are. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Sells better. Legitimately, My Hero Academia, it was not supposed to have kids. They were not supposed to be kids originally. They were not written as kids originally. They were supposed to be college students. And when they were going to print, they're like, make them high schoolers. Make them junior high to high school. And they're like, why? It's because it sells better. It's a shonen manga. It sells better that way. It'll sell better that way. If you don't fix this, we won't print it. That's why. A lot of it comes down to stuff like that. And I do think we should look into anime and hold it accountable for what it is in a lot of cases. But at the same time, I, yet again, have a rebuttal to this. When it comes to localization of anime, when it comes to, like, when we get anime from Japan to here, when you're localizing it and you're translating it, I want it to have the dialogue in it that it's supposed to have in it.
Oh, and not the freaking Americanized version.
Yep. There are so
Oh
many
my
times like I'll watch translations that will translate shit and like they'll translate a joke because they want a joke to fit a certain narrative. I especially hate the ones that like get political with the joke. It's like, oh, well, this joke wasn't political at all in Japan, and they're putting an American politicized joke into this anime. This is really bad because you got to remember when you're westernizing this, you put like because a lot of times it is an Americanized political view that's put in this. This is westernized across the board for all English-speaking countries, not just the U.S. So not only did this joke not originally belong in there, but it also you put it in there to make it where something that could make more sense to Americans because you may have replaced it from a Japanese joke that just doesn't make sense in context because of how it's written. But it's not going to make sense to anybody else either. It's going to make sense to one area. I hate it. I like if you're going to translate it. If you're going to spend the money to translate, if you're going to spend the money to get the rights to the property, and you're going to translate it, then go one of two ways. Translate it faithfully because that was that artist. That's like going in. That's like going in and just changing somebody's art. That's all you're doing is changing somebody else's art. You're changing something that's not yours to fit your narrative. That's not your art to change.
You want to know something crazy?
Ah.
So I have never seen like any Ghibli movies like actually subbed. And I remember like I was like wandering around like my college campus and somebody was watching Spirited Away like in Japanese, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, the way that they cut out like so many lines, like the way that like this just is not the same movie was like bizarre to me." Because you would think, like, I understand that there's some things that just can't be translated.
Yeah,
like there's some words that.
Yeah, well, sorry to interrupt, but it's on point with what you're saying. It's like in some cases, you gotta like change a couple of things to make it fit better. For one, fitting mouth movement. For two, fitting the tone. As long as it doesn't like change like the. You can change the dialogue up without changing its meaning.
Yeah. And that's basically what like the English version of like Studio Ghibli movies do. Like they just like reword it in a way where it still makes sense. Yeah. But like there are some where it's just like this is not at all said. Like you left out in an entire sentence.
Yep. It's like where the fuck did that go?
Exactly. Like, what happened here? And you can't tell me you got lost in translation.
Yeah. Now, see, for me, when it comes to changing stuff over, the one of two ways that I would say do it is one, like, make it where it still fits the dialogue the way it's supposed to be meant, like I was stating earlier. If you're going to change shit and you're going to change, like, all the fucking dialogue in it, then change all of it. Change the whole thing. Like if you're going to be ballsy enough to change someone's art, then turn it into your own some way, somehow. Examples of this would be series like Shin-Chan. Shin-Chan is different in every region it's in. It is dramatically different in every region it's in. And it's kind of meant to be done that way. It's the Japanese version is drastically different than the English version, and the English version is drastically different than the French version, and the French version is drastically different from the German version. Like, they're all dramatically different, but it's all meant to be done that way. Or do something, like, absolutely horrendous, I'll admit I have laughed way more than I should have, and it could never be done again in this fashion. Take example of the most notorious of these, Ghost Stories. Have you ever seen Ghost Stories?
I haven't.
Okay, for one, it could never be done this way ever again. Ghost Stories, when it came here, it is so different from its original. It is dramatically, like, not a single line is the same. The only thing that is the same was what they asked to keep the same, which was the character names. And they said, you can change anything else you want. So they changed the entire dialogue of this. This could never be done this way again, because this was, like, think mid to late 2000s humor. So it's very edgy, very stupid humor.
So like my humor.
No.
So like the
this
humor I
was not.
grew up on.
Yeah, the humor we grew up on watching stuff like Family Guy and other kind of weird like Americanized shit. Like yeah, that shit. That kind of humor. Like it's like, woo! You couldn't say that on TV today. Ooh, you and me will have to sit down and watch that sometime. Like Jesus Christ,
Oh my gosh,
it's
yay.
offensive, but it's offensive to every fucking buddy on the planet.
You know what? I feel like that's how like those kinds of shows should be. Like if you're going to offend somebody, at
Offend
least offend
everybody.
like yeah, like everyone, literally everyone.
Be like George Carlin. Offend everybody. 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 No one's safe. At least this way everyone can be mad together.
Everyone can collectively hate on you.
Mm-hmm.
We're
But
united in hate.
But no, I absolutely love George Carlin because that was George Carlin's principal thing. It's like comedy is supposed to be offensive, but it's supposed to be offensive to everybody. You can't just be like offensive in one direction and then not expect to get your ass kicked. If you're going to be offensive everywhere. Everyone should be offended. Everyone has a right to be but he was also the person saying everyone has the right to be offended. It's just like, open your mouth and you say something stupid, expect what you're going to get. But at the same time, you have every right in the world to be offensive as fuck, but offend to everyone.
No, for real. No facts.
So, but yeah, so that's my sense of if you're going to like localize shit, like don't localize it with an agenda. Localize it properly, you know. Localize it where it still fits the artist's setup. So here's a weird one, but this one also pertains to what you were talking about earlier, where you came in on this. So I have an interesting one for you.
Okay.
Okay, so one of my favorite video games of all time is an RPG on the 3DS called Bravely Default.
I've never heard of it.
It's made to play like older Final Fantasy games. The story's beautiful, the artwork in it's beautiful. It's amazing.
Okay.
I have a message.
You've got a letter.
I just got a letter.
You just
Apparently
got a letter.
Phone died. Give me a second, Mary Panther, and I'll send it to me on Discord if you can. Because my phone's completely dead. And I'm assuming it came to me probably through Messenger. And if it came to me through Messenger, I actually don't use Messenger on my computer. Don't ask why, I don't know.
Put on a plug.
I've got it charging. I'm just waiting for it to charge up enough to where I can turn my phone back on. Because, like, I let my phone completely die on me, apparently. Don't know how I managed that, but I did.
Oh my gosh, I hate when my phone is like, you're at 15%. And I'm like, okay, well, I've got a good like 30 minutes before it dies. And then like 2 seconds later, it's like, actually, I'm at 3%. And I'm like, what?
Mine didn't even give me a warning. Mine was just like, well, we're shitting to bed now.
Oh my God.
There it is. Let's see what we got.
Not the iPhone battery, LOL. See, I got an Android and mine does that, but I have an old Android, so. Well, it's not old, but I guess it's old in like today's sense of new phone. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like, I still have my headphone jack.
One sec.
Take your time. I'm just taking over chat.
That's fine. But no, okay, so one of my favorite games is Bravely Default.
Okay.
Now Bravely Default had some localization that like had a lot of people up in an uproar when it came out. It had some censorship when it came out. Now, the censorship wasn't anything major. It had people absolutely screaming. The two things that were changed, there wasn't much of dialogue that was actually changed. Instead, what they changed was they changed a few costumes. And it's because they changed a few of the female characters' costumes to be a little less revealing. because in this game, you know how like in a lot of RPGs you have like class systems.
Yeah.
Like you have like your warrior class, your mage, this, that, and the other. Well, every character in the game can on the fly change to any of these classes. And when they do, they get a full costume change.
Ooh.
So they made a few of the costumes a little less revealing. And they were it was one of those things where like it wasn't super noticeable that the costume was changed that much. Like they may have extended pants to be more like shorts or something like this. Very
They didn't
very,
want the ass out.
yeah, essentially very minor changes as far as like looks were concerned. But they also in the American version aged all the characters up. They don't age them up a lot, but they age them up a bit, and part of it's because of some of the content in the game. Because you have a character, you have a bad guy character who is doing something very untoward. He essentially does something that's like the equivalency of basically, I'm trying to think of a way to do this without having YouTube kick me in the balls over this.
Oh, is it like a word?
Yes and no. He does something that would essentially be the equivalency of doing something untoward to one's drink at a bar.
Oh.
To basically try and hypnotize them to do nefarious things. Not necessarily like that nefarious, but still like it's fucked up. So
Yeah.
they age the characters up a bit to kind of avoid some of the shit that would come with the backlash to that. And people are in an uproar because they got aged up by like anywhere from 2 to 3 years per character, and the costumes were changed. Almost not like there was some dialogue change, but it was very minute on dialogue changes. What are your thoughts on that? For me, it still didn't take away from what the core of the story was, because everything that was in the story was still here. Everything was still here. And
I guess. Oh, you're still. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Everything was still there, but it brings up 2 questions. And I want your personal opinion on it. For one, what do you think on the fact that they changed these things in particular? And also, because this is an interesting one, because now I am curious. Okay, so if the original source material has them as one age, but the new material has them as a different one, is simping now allowed?
Okay. So for your first question, it's like I can understand why they changed it. Like things are happening. Things are happening, and they don't want it to be like a oh no kind of situation, like canceled kind of situation.
Also,
but I think
it did have a T rating, which is another reason why these things got changed. It had to keep a T rating, not an M rating,
because the kids are looking at it. Okay, yeah, I can understand why they changed it, but at the same time, I feel like you should still offer the original somewhere. You know what I mean? Like have your edited version, but then be like, okay, if you're old enough to perceive this and not be weird and creepy, here you go. Here's the original. As far as the second one, if my only exposure was like the aged up characters and I had no idea that they were younger, that they were supposed to be younger than that, then I'd be like, yeah, everything's okay to simp. Like, what's the problem? But if I learned that actually these characters were supposed to be like baby, and like, I don't know, like I had already been like exposed to them older, then it's like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like that's not your fault at that point, because it's like you didn't know, nobody told you, you were only exposed to the older version. Now, if you were exposed to the younger version, and you are a grown adult and you are over here still simping, pause.
Yes.
Hold.
Makes sense.
Yield and stop.
Let's see. I'm someone who's played both versions of this game. I played both the edited and the unedited version of this game. And the differences are minute between the two. They don't reference their aging much. They barely touch on that at, I think only a couple of characters ever even say out loud how old they are at any given point in time. And the dialogue itself wasn't that different. There were some dialogue changes, but I don't think they really took away from the story, as well as the costume changes. The costumes worked both ways. I thought the costumes were fine either way. I understood the changing costumes. I were to GameStop when this game came out, and because it was being sold with a T rating, I understood why the costume changes happened. If it had an M rating, then yeah, I could see being up in arms about it. I could see a little bit more anyway. But it was such a minute change, especially considering some of you're playing on the fucking 3DS, so it's not like you're going to see it in massive screen detail anyway. Most people wouldn't notice the difference that much. So I understood the changes that came through on it, especially after playing both versions and seeing there was it was blown severely out of proportion what was changed. But that brought up the thing about that. I was that makes a good question. Thinking of the age differentials where they change things, this, that, and the other. Is then what becomes okay, because that hits even weirder areas to me. It's okay, so where's the line drawn here if they're this here but they're this here?
Sorry, I was catching Panda up to speed. They had asked what we were talking about.
We've had big discussions about character ages, portrayals in anime. We've had a couple debates back and forth. It's been for the most part what Alanna just clued you in on right there. That was actually for a specific game. It was the game Bravely Default, which I played part of on 3DS. A long time ago. Jesus Christ, it's been years now. But we were discussing Bravely Default specifically in this moment. We've jumped from game and anime to game and anime to game and anime to game and anime. So, anything else you want to rant with? Debate on?
Not really. I'm just kind of sad that I can't simp over anyone for real. Because there's animes that I'm excited for. Obviously I'm excited for the next season of Demon Slayer. I'm excited for Skate the Infinity season 2. I don't know if you've watched it.
I have not. I've heard of it, but I haven't watched it yet.
It is so gay. The antagonist is literally a closeted gay man. I'm gayest thing I've ever seen.
I've been watching.
I was just gonna say he's evil because he's closeted. What were you gonna say?
I've been watching Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah, you told me.
I'm obsessed with that series right now. And Solo Leveling is really good too. Solo Leveling has characters you can simp for. So does Delicious in Dungeon.
Seki read the webtoon for Solo Leveling, and then I think he said he's gonna continue watching the anime because he saw the first episode, and then he decided to read the webcomic, and then he was like, okay, I'm gonna watch it now. So I do know about that.
I would say watch it. It's very well animated. It's very pretty. And it's very true to form. It's very true to its manhwa.
Space Boy said, oh, so just like real life.
But I have
oh my gosh, I have a rant actually.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm going back to Jujutsu Kaisen because that's what's on my mind.
Go for it, because I've been obsessed with it.
Okay, so you know Crow Lady?
Yes. Oh, I have problems with Crow Lady.
I used to love Crow Lady. I used to simp for Crow Lady. Girl, why? At the end of season 2, why?
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that moment because I knew about it from the manga.
Why
I
they do
was
that?
waiting for that. I was
Why
waiting
can't
for that.
we?
So
Why
now,
can't we just have?
so first off, for a little bit of devil's advocate, which I hate playing devil's advocate because a lot of times the devil's advocate is just being an asshole and not actually being devil's
Uh-oh.
advocate. But for devil's advocate, for one, they never tell you what happens in that instance. It's definitely implied, but nothing's ever stated. They don't confirm, and they do that partially for a reasoning. This is going to contain mild spoilers for you. She's not a good guy.
She didn't seem like one. She doesn't, she doesn't give good guy energy, so I'm
And
not
that
surprised.
moment is supposed to kind of sink that for you.
Um,
Yeah, she's not a good guy. And that moment's supposed to kind of sink that for you.
so that's why they did it, was to make me fall out of love with her.
It's supposed to more so go into the gnarliness of the different clans. Because there's a lot of that amongst the clans in general to keep things flowing certain ways in their bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just her. She's just the only one they show.
I'm so disappointed.
But they never portray that as a good thing in the series at all. It's always supposed to be portrayed as a bad thing. It's supposed to be portrayed as part of their hypocrisy and why a lot of the shit's trying to be dismantled. Like, it's supposed to be portrayed as a problem. Because they do a lot of stuff like that, similar like they did with European bloodlines.
I'm glad they're like saying, like, hey, this is a bad thing. But also,
well, see, there is a game that came out recently that has a similar riling up point. All over Twitter, people have been giving flack to this game because a similar moment is portrayed. Here, one sec, because I have the demo for this game, so I'm supposed to eventually play it on stream. The Coffin of Andy and Lele. So I already had to have this part spoiled. I will be playing this game eventually, but I'll go ahead and mention this. But before I do, what about people who sent for Nell? She was first shown as a child form, but later as an adult. But she was an adult the entire time. So yet again, that goes back to age coding. Nell is age coded as an adult. That character's an adult. That character is an adult. Just she hides in a smaller form.
It's giving Medusa from Soul Eater.
But with the Coffin of Andy and Lele, you play as two characters. You play as brother and sister. And a similar instance happens between these two characters in one of the endings. And people lost their fucking minds over this, like hardcore. But then they glaze over everything else because everything else is perfectly fine. The issue is you're playing as bad guys. You're playing legitimately as bad guys, as bad people the entire way. And yet again, this instance isn't something they necessarily glorify, but it's also not something that's necessarily graphic either. The things that are graphic is the fact that you're playing as two cannibals.
Oh.
You're playing as demon summoning cannibals. But that one point is the only thing that's ever focused on. Because everybody else is like, cannibalism? Fine. Because the story's incredibly dark, it's incredibly well written, it's incredibly fucked up, it's meant to be fucked up, da-da-da. It just hits that creepy spot where the brother and sister have more going on than they should. But if you play the game and you watch everything for it, there's more to that even. Not that it's right, not that it's good, but there's more to that people don't. The people who haven't played the game never see or state or know about. There's a psychological thing that needs to be tackled there, and that is meant to be tackled there. And it's not good, but it's supposed to be portrayed as the fact that it's not good.
So,
these are not supposed to be likable characters.
I'm assuming there's no good ending.
No, not technically.
It's all bad.
And it's weird, but the writing's still well done for it, and it's not done in a way it's like we're glorifying this to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they were glorifying it, it's like, yeah, do the thing, da-da-da. Yeah, no, I would have a problem with it. But when it's written in a fashion where this is bad, and this is supposed to be bad, and you're not supposed to root for this, and you're supposed to know this is bad, like, I think that shouldn't have like the Twitter mob losing their fucking minds, calling for the ousting and doxing of the person who wrote the game, which they did do.
Oh, well, that's not fun.
Yeah. So, yeah, and yet again, it goes into the fact of like, okay, it's weird, it's creepy, it's fucked up, but for one, it's fiction. It's fiction that is meant to... It's fiction, and it's fiction that is meant to make you uncomfortable. It's meant to not portray it as a good thing. It's not glorifying it.
Average Twitter moment. Oh my god.
See, and that's the thing. Is like I always sit, like a lot of times I sit in like a lot of gray area on a lot of these different topics because of shit like this. Because it's like, okay, well, yeah, that's technically a bad thing. You're absolutely right. That is a bad thing. How is it written? It's like, okay, since I'm tired of dancing around this, I've probably already been demonetized. It's not an incest is wincest moment. That's not what they're doing. You know? If that's what they're doing, yeah, fuck it. No, put it away. No, I ain't playing that game. Save that for 4chan and leave me alone.
Well, okay, hopefully that's not what they're doing, considering the whole thing is, like, the whole point of it is that it's bad, like, everything's bad.
Yeah. Well, that's what gets the rise out of everybody. That's what everyone gets a laugh out of. Not 4chan, no!
Z had to demonetize his stream just to...
It was already probably there, let's just be real. Let's just be real.
I mean, I think we were being very polite to YouTube's guidelines.
I mean, I get demonetized, like, my streams get demonetized after they go into processing all the damn time. Like, it just happens. So, like, I'm used to that by this point. Like, this is literally a case of, like, the only reason why we have ads and shit on here is purely so I show up in the algorithm while I'm fucking live, because anytime I don't show up at all.
Is it because you say the F-bomb?
That's what demonetized me. It's something. I had a stream. I went back. I combed through it, because you're allowed to say fuck on YouTube. And as long as it's not, like, the entirety of your stream, as long as, like, predominantly, like, as long as it's not, like, past, like, 10% of your stream, usually you're fine. I went back and looked at some of my streams, like, okay, I know I did not cuss that much today, and it's still demonetized. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Like, it doesn't, like, I could have gone an entire stream, no titties were mentioned, everything was relatively calm and tame. Like, I could have had something that, like, even, like, my nephews could watch, and, like, it would be fine, and I'm still demonetized for it in some cases. I'm like, what did I do?
It's probably one of those instances where YouTube's like, I've seen what you put out before, so we're just gonna take away all of your stuff, regardless of what you post.
This is why I'm super appreciative to anybody that either donates or does memberships or any of that other kind of shit, because legitimately that's the only thing they can't take from me.
That sounds so sad. Like,
it is! Legitimately, if it wasn't for you guys' support, like, I would be buried, because YouTube does not like giving me AdSense.
oh my God.
They're like, oh, that dude over there, man, we don't know about him, man. He says naughty pee-pee words. He calls everything a penis, which is anatomically correct.
It is. I don't know, Z. Maybe you should consider Twitch. They just updated their very specific guidelines for certain things.
Yeah, I could be like, ta-da, titties.
In fact, you might get more viewers if you say titties more. To be honest, you know.
Jesus Christ. You can show titties but no nipples. Yeah, I'll be like, here you go. Ha ha ha! And just shake them for everybody. Watch them man titties fly.
I mean, technically, you could.
The fact that that's not allowed trips me the fuck out.
It's because the Twitch devs want their streamers without them complaining.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen them pop up on my For You page, and I'm just like, why are you here?
Mm. See, I've had moments where I thought about going to Twitch. It's just that I like YouTube. I like YouTube's communities. I like how YouTube does stuff.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part. Like I don't see myself being able to grow on Twitch because of how I've always done things. Like I don't see myself like being discovered on Twitch any more so than I've been discovered over here. You know? And over here I have my monetization, I have everything over here, and to get it over on Twitch I have to break a lot of stuff I do over here on YouTube to go over there on Twitch. I don't like Rumble or Kick. I don't like either one of them.
I think I'm sorry.
My biggest issue with Kick was the fact that like its TOS was kind of laughable. You could do anything and everything under the sun, and there was very little in like proper moderation when it came out. It was basically a lawless land, and a lot of shit slipped through in ways that it definitely shouldn't have. And then with both Rumble and Kick, my biggest issues with them is that they are very highly like politically charged. They're very, very politicized. And I know we've talked a little more in, I guess, I wouldn't say we talked more in a politically charged space today, but we did tackle more quote unquote controversial stuff today than what we normally do here. But I don't do politics. I don't do politics. I usually nerf political conversations of any kind, usually relatively quickly. And a lot of the spaces I've seen are very politically charged on both those ends, and that's just not me. No offense to anybody who is, no offense to anybody who watches that shit. I don't care which political side you stand on when it comes to that kind of shit. It's not my business. But it's because of that, and because it seeps into everything in those two spaces, that I can't put myself there. I can't, because it's not the realm that I get into.
Well, also it's not like appropriate just like for something as wide as streaming, because streaming's supposed to be like, you know, something for anybody, everybody, and if you're out here being political, that just it's like a taboo kind of thing. Like you don't go into a bar and just start talking about your political beliefs.
I mean, I don't completely agree with that. If that's your channel shtick, if you are known for talking about politically charged stuff, if that's your whole thing, whether you do it live or you do it as video format, whichever which way you do it, if that's what your channel's built to do, go for it. If that's what your platform allows, go for it. There's an audience for that. And if you know your audience and you want to do that, it's just like broadcasting the news live. Like, if you want to do that, do that. Like, I'm not going to knock anybody who does that. I have a couple of friends that are political streamers, or talk about more politically charged things on both ends of the political spectrum as far as the U.S. is concerned. I have friends that do that swing both ways on that, and they can do that. By all means, let them do what they're going to do. and they know their audience. They know what their audience wants. They know they know a lot, or at least enough about these topics to go for it. If they want to do that, fine. And there are spaces even on Twitch and on YouTube that are for that, but they are spaces pretty much confined to themselves. They don't usually seep over into everything. They're not the entirety of the platform. The entirety of YouTube and the entirety of Twitch are not politics, though you have political streamers on both platforms. My issue with platforms like Kick and especially Rumble is that they are majority politically charged in one direction or another. And there's a lot of it. And that's the main focus for a lot of the content creators over there. And that's just not my bag. I fucking play shit like Splatoon. I don't want someone coming in talking politics with me about, well, I'm just sitting here trying to fucking paint some turf, man.
Like, are you being a school kid?
Like, I'm just sitting here with a comically oversized bazooka that shoots crayons, dude.
Wait.
I just want to do that.
I have a question for you. Unless you're still ranting about Rumble and Kick.
Go for it.
Okay, so you know how like there's a whole big issue about like Squid Kids essentially, and like how Splatoon characters are all children. In my opinion, first of all, obviously there's adults in Splatoon.
Yes.
And personally, me, like when I look at my characters, because I'm an adult, I see them as adults.
As far as that's
so
concerned, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, what were you gonna say?
For me, as far as that's concerned, when it comes to your own character in Splatoon, however you want to portray your character in Splatoon, draw your character in Splatoon, whatever you're going to do with your character in Splatoon, and sip with your character in Splatoon, go for it. Because that's your character. That's the character you make. Go ahead and do that, whatever. I always trip out, though, when it comes to that, because like, when you see stuff like NSFW stuff, I'm sorry, they're fucking cephalopods. It's like, I don't get how Marina has titties. Marina is a fucking octopus. Like, they don't have, there's nothing there. Like, there's not going to be anything there. It trips me out. Okay. Like, it trips me out. They're fucking cephalopods, man.
I like, cause like in the lore, they be like, oh yeah, like the squid people don't have any like reproductive parts, cause like they're squids or whatever. But then Marina pulls up with like freaking triple D tits, like with paws. What's going on?
Yeah, and we have had like we've actually had a discussion about that in the past, because we had something that came up that made a lot of people uncomfortable at one point in time, because we had somebody who was doing two things at the same time. They were trying to sexualize a character, but also call the character a child at the same time. And both these things were weird, because it was with Pearl. And Pearl's an adult character. And they're calling Pearl a child and sexualizing Pearl at the same time. And that made everyone in the stream severely uncomfortable. Now, like, Pearl is an adult character, and if you're going to treat Pearl as an adult, because Pearl is an adult character, fine. But if you're going to treat them as a child and then put them in an adult situation, that got really creepy really fast, and it messed up everybody.
Yeah, no, like it is canonical.
Yeah.
It is fact that Pearl is like 20-something.
She's older than Marina. She's older than all the idols.
Yeah. And she's got her own like house and everything. Like she's a full-blown adult.
And that was like the biggest thing. Is like they were being super creepily sexual with this character and calling them a child at the same time. And the first argument we had was, well, she's not a child, so stop that. And two, if you're going to do that, really stop that. And that was one of like 3 times total in my entire like almost 7 years of streaming I had to end it due to someone with content. The second time I had to do so because someone was saying something fucked up on my stream.
Oh.
So I was like, nope.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, what Panda says. You do not step on a character and call them a child. Like it was just weird. Like I've always felt like the Splatoon community is like always really like when it comes to like stuff like that though, especially when it comes to like NSFW stuff. Like if you've made your own OC because like your character can like a lot of people make their characters after them. Like I have Krim, which is my main Squid Kid character.
Yeah.
I've written him as an adult. I've written him as like when I first made him, he was like 27, and like I've always treated him as an adult. Now, granted, I haven't put him in NSFW situations because I just never thought of that for that character. But it's also the fact like all this NSFW stuff with them, I have like the autism moment of the fact that like the characters don't have these parts. So why do all of this NSFW have these parts? What is this? Why does this have nipples? This shouldn't have nipples. Where did this come from? That's not how that works. It's kind of like when you have like snake people in like anything, and like you have like the sexy snake lady, but it's like, why do you have the sexy snake lady with a breastplate that has titties on it? That titty breastplate better be hiding some fucking snacks in it or some shit. Because this doesn't make any sense because snakes don't have titties.
It's producing something other than milk, so that's what it's doing.
It's like where like then you get it's like it gets even further. It's like they have cloacas, motherfucker. It really don't work like that. It's like just
Actually, those are just two really big eggs. Like it's not titties, it's eggs.
Hiding eggs in their shirt. So like that's where it comes down to for me. It's like if you're gonna do it, fine. If it's your character, fine. But if you're doing like characters that are like not that, and that gets really weird because like I've always viewed like if you're playing Splatoon, you have your character in the game, that's just like a chibi avatar for yourself. Because for the longest time, I didn't know what the characters' ages were. So it's like, well, since everybody like puts so much of themselves into their character and it's how it's supposed to be done, then it's like it's a chibi avatar of a character. Whatever they decide to do with it, it's whatever they decide to do with it.
Cause like I've seen some sus.
You probably do remember these half time I'm talking about.
Ooh. But I've seen like some sus looking Splatoon art, and it's like of like their OCs and stuff.
Yeah.
But like people would be like, "Oh my god, like these are supposed to be kids," and I'm just like, "Mine isn't a kid." Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, I understand, you know, in the Splatoon 1 commercial, it was like, "Oh, you're a squid, you're a kid." You know, they literally call it squid kids. However, if I'm supposed to be putting myself in this game and there are like adults, like proven adults in this game, I just feel like personally I could have my squid kid be an adult and be put in adult situations, even if it is kind of like weird that they don't have those parts. Like not all of them are children. And if they are kids, don't do that.
Yeah, that's my thought process. If they are kids, don't do that. And if you're going to do this kind of things, don't put like if you're going to do these things and you have adult characters, don't put the adult characters in the adult situation in a kid's space. Like, don't fucking put it in the fucking Splatoon post. Don't put it, like, if you're a Splatoon artist and you do Splatoon art, but you don't have yourself labeled as a 18 plus spot with sensitive content warning shit on your shit, if you got where kids can get to it, then don't put NSFW shit where kids can get to it. Don't do that.
Please don't put your vor art on Splatfest posts.
I've seen that.
Oh my gosh, please.
I've had moments where I've had to like immediately turn the camera away while playing on streams like, oh no! Stop! Please!
Have you seen the bubble bath ones?
No.
Oh my god.
I'm still tripping out over why everyone was pregnant.
I've seen ones where like they were in a bathtub and like the bubbles were covering up stuff.
I have not seen that yet. I've seen some weird ones, but I have not seen that one.
I saw it in both Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3, and I don't know who keeps making the bathtub
the
Squid Kid art.
The one that
but you need to go somewhere.
The one that hurt me, literally, it hurt me. I saw it for like a fraction of a second. It said something I've never said on stream up until that point. I saw it for like a fraction of a second, whipped around immediately because it was like one character like ate another one, and the way you knew they ate them was like their fucking headgear was on the ground, and like the other character's stomach's like
Oh.
massively protruding. So it's one of those kinds of arts.
Mm.
And like it was that, and like I whipped around without thinking. I was like, "You need Jesus." Oh, you all need Jesus, and that was it. I was pretty much done with Splatoon that day. I was like, "Yep," and like I was like,
Oh
You
my
people need
gosh.
Jesus, and that was it. Like I was pretty much done for the night. I played one more round. I think it was in Splatoon 2. I played one more round, and I fucking quit for the night. I was, ooh, I
You
was
know who
upset.
really needs Jesus?
Hmm.
The freaking like obsessed shiver simps.
No, I've got
Like
one worse.
what?
There's one, I see her in my time, like she's in my posts all the time on Splatoon, all the time, and she is obsessed with Pearl, and has herself like constantly shipped with Pearl, and it's constantly she's having full blown conversations with Pearl in Splatoon posts. I know some of you have to have seen this. It shows
Is
up
it
in my
the
live
Pearl
results.
Woomy person?
Yeah, that one. That one trips me out
Yeah.
hard.
I never know how to feel about people who like literally insert themselves into like NPCs. Like it's
Like,
I
like making an OC for a series and making a self insert, that happens. And for one, for a lot of kids and a lot of teenagers, that's like their discovery era for writing and for their art. So for a lot of times, like I'm like, you know what, it's a cringy thing, but let the cringy kids do the cringy thing because it's what eventually it leads to evolution.
eventually, maybe.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
So like, if they want to do it, fine. Like when I was a kid, like I pretended I was a Power Ranger, and I would a lot of times pretend I was a Power Ranger that wasn't a part of the core Power Ranger team. Like I was always like I wanted to be an Orange Ranger or a Purple Power Ranger
Ah,
because those
you're the
didn't
secondary
exist.
ranger.
Yeah, so I want to be one of these. Like, because I was like as a kid, I wanted that, and like I had all these different like stories made up in my head and all this that and the other as a kid. Because I mean that's what you do, and like eventually like I got better at writing and making new characters and being able to put characters into worlds and stuff like this and make it seem less cringy. But everyone's got to have that. You got to crawl before you can walk, and a lot of times that's how they learn. Don't remind me of my cringy era. I wanted to be a dragon for years.
Girl, do you not see my username?
But like I have Crimson, like I have Crim, which is Crimson, and I have Scarlet, my two, my Inkling and my Octoling, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have them an entire world and storyline built in Splatoon. And I don't have them interact with like the idols or any shit like that for the most part. Like I don't have them interacting with a lot of the characters in it. They are their own self-contained little thing there. But like I've written characters that are in these stories, that are in these universes, because it was fun to do.
Yeah.
So like we all do that. These people that like attach themselves to the other characters, that's how they're going to learn how to eventually branch off and do things on their own. They'll eventually learn to write characters in universes, either the universe that already exists, or even be able to create their own universes based off of what they've learned through reading these stories and then making their own because they like a character. They will attach themselves to a character or attach their character to another character because they like that character's design or its aesthetic or its values or virtues, and they will kind of idolize the character, so they're putting their character in tandem with this one. Whether they make it more powerful than that character, or same level as that character, or subordinate to that character, whatever, they're still going to learn from those values, and that's how you get shit that's how you get shit like My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, all these other things, because like a lot of them take inspiration from other areas. Like the writer for My Hero was originally like he was obsessed with American comic books. Spider-Man, Batman. You look at his man cave, and his man cave looks like mine, but instead of Power Ranger shit, it's Spider-Man and Batman things everywhere.
Actually, that makes sense.
Right? So he took the stuff he learned from that and from making stories in those universes, because he even says he made stories in those universes while he was learning how to do stuff. And then eventually he made something of his own. So that's how a lot of that stuff comes into being. So for me, there are weird ones like the Pearl Woomy, which really kind of weirds me because it seems almost borderline obsessive how it's written. It's also probably written by a cringy young teenager that will probably evolve into a hopefully not cringy adult that'll make their own characters, their own world, their own universes that may make their own stories. So even though I find it weird and kind of cringy and a little creepy at times, it will probably become better.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Nah, I can't say anything because, like, when I was younger and I saw King Cosmo come across my screen, best to believe for the next 3 years I was drawing nothing but rabbits.
King Cosmo is such a good character, though. I love his design. I love his
Bro, if I knew what simping was when I was younger, like that, I would have been all over it. Like that was me. That was me for real.
See,
Wish he exists.
I was watching that. I was like, why can't you fucking be a Digimon because you're done by a Digimon animation studio?
No, but like, why can't he just be real? Why can't he just be like in my living room? Loved that character. Oh my god.
He was a good character. I loved how they designed him. I loved how they animated him. Lord,
Yes, I love that studio. It's just so good.
So fun fact, they did the first Digimon movie. They've done most of the Digimon movies.
No, I know. Like I feel like I registered like the animation style because like the way that they do like the creepy moments, like the way that they have like the color filter over things and stuff. Like I love it. Love all of them.
Have you ever seen the first Digimon movie?
That's the one with the really creepy guy, right?
Diaboromon. Yeah, the really creepy thing that's like trying to destroy like everything. Okay, so like,
I'm glad you know.
Oh yeah. I actually have an animated wallpaper that is him breaking through the default Windows background and like has like the window pop-ups all around it. I love it. Diaboromon is one of my favorite bad guys because he's just bad because like he exists, but he's also
just
like
so creepy.
Yeah, love Diaboromon. So if you look at the first 30 minutes of the original Digimon movie in the States, because it's the first Digimon movie in the States, is actually 3 Digimon movies all combined together because they were all short movies, all slammed together. So that's why a lot of that shit doesn't make any sense. But if you take the part with Diaboromon, the one where he's trying to basically nuke Japan, as well as other places, if you take the part where he basically takes over the internet, right? The entire story of Summer Wars is literally just that 30-minute section of the Digimon movie. And it's animated by the exact same studio. It's literally that story without Digimon.
So what you're saying is King Cosmo may or may not be a Digimon.
He needs to be. He fucking needs to be. Because, like, legitimately, like, the way the fight plays out in that, the way they wind up taking down the bad guy, like, it's literally all, it's all in there. Like, I implore you, go watch the Digimon movie and watch up to the point where they stop the missile. And then go back and watch Summer Wars. And just watch your mind melt. Because I've shown everybody here Summer Wars.
As you should. As they should know of it.
If you like Summer Wars, go watch that part. Or watch the Japanese movie that's torn from. Because it's a shorter movie. But, like, watch that. It's literally, it's that, but expanded upon. It's that in a semi-more realistic setting.
Zombies, have you seen Belle?
I have not.
It's animated by the same studio.
Already a plus in my book.
I thought that it would be different from what the trailers presented to me.
Mm-hmm.
And when I initially watched it, I was like, oh, this movie isn't as good as I thought. But like literally, like as the days went on, I could not stop thinking about it. And like the songs just like stayed in my head. And I was like, okay, hang on. Hang on. Maybe we need to revisit this.
Send it to me. I'll have to take a look at it.
I don't know how to send it to you. I watched it
Like,
on a totally legal site.
Send like a trailer to it, and I can find it.
Oh my gosh.
Like, send me a trailer to it so I can see it. Like, oh, I need to go look this up later. It is almost 2:00.
Oh, go to sleep.
Yep.
Good night, everybody.
I gotta start winding down. But no, this has been great. I enjoyed having you on. You should pop in on more of these. We should have more rants like these.
We should. Next time I need to rant to you about oh man, it already left my head.
Only rants.
I had another rant for you. It's okay, I'll think about it later.
If you do, send it to me. We'll make a thing about it.
Heck yeah.
We'll do a mini podcast, not podcast thing.
Oh my gosh, rants with I know what the rant was. Next time I need to rant to you about this dumb Wish movie.
Oh.
It's just me hating on Disney for like a whole hour.
Oh God, Lord, I can have some rants on some Disney. I say Disney's the one place where I play devil's advocate the most because I have a massive love-hate relationship with that company.
I just straight up hate them. Like I used to love them, but it's all hate now.
Then we may have to make the topic of our next go round on this.
Yes. Oh my God. Also, here's the trailer. I'm just DMing it to you.
All right, I will check that out on my way to bed. But no, sorry to cut this short, but I gotta take Beezy to work in the morning. I gotta be up early.
No, I'm supposed to be awake early too, so it's okay.
But I have greatly appreciated this. I have enjoyed this immensely. Thank you for popping in.
Thank you for having me on. I always love ranting with you.
I always like having your opinion on things because, like, you and I don't always agree on things, but we don't. We can see each other's differences on a lot of whether we agree on it or not.
Yeah, it's like we don't agree, but we also don't disagree.
Yeah,
like we're in the middle with each other's statements. Like we're just like, mm-hmm.
We can usually see. It's one of those we may not 100% agree, but we can still see the validity in the argument.
Yeah.
And I always appreciate that. Like you're always very insightful with anything you bring on to here, and I appreciate it. I know my peeps appreciate that.
I like hearing different viewpoints because it's like being stuck in your own mindset, doesn't make you grow in any kind of way. So hearing other points of view is always very nice.
And see, that's one of the things I appreciate you is the fact that you do have differentiating opinions from my own. Sometimes vastly so. And even if they are different than my own, they will usually make me look at things in a different light. So I appreciate that a ton.
Same here.
But I do need sleep. But we will do this again soon.
Everybody go to sleep. Everybody brush your teeth.
Yes,
and drink water.
Yes, indeed. Stay hydrated. Stay warm out there, because I know in some places it's gotten kind of cold again.
It's actually getting warmer where I am.
It's been getting warmer during the day, but it's dipped back down to the 30s at night. But at least it's not sitting in freaking the 10s and below anymore.
Oh my gosh, that was awful.
Yeah, I'm in a garage during that. It was killing me.
Oh my gosh. Bundle up. Please don't freeze to death.
I literally had the coldest Splatoon stream, like I labeled it coldest Splatoon stream because like it had hit, like I was streaming in 11-degree weather outside. I was like,
no, thank you.
Doing this. Hey, peeps need to be entertained whether it's hot or cold.
Peeps need to be entertained, but best to believe you're not gonna see me. Like the screen is gonna be covered with blankets
Oh, I was bundled up to hell and back. Like, I had like this super hoodie blanket thing that Felgos let me borrow, and it was the best thing ever. And I had a heater underneath my feet, so we were doing everything we could to stay warm. But yes, it is time for us to head out. Peeps, thank you for coming out here and listening to us rant and ramble. I hope you enjoyed this chat and chill stream. I hope you've all had a good night. I hope that you all get good sleeps. As you all know, this is Zombies Good On, your coffee fueled, gingerbread, undead, and
Random Dragons, aka Alanna.
It was a pleasure having you on.
Pleasure being here.
We're going to take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and as always, pleasant nightmares. I'll see all of you lovely peeps tomorrow, hopefully with the card system fully running, now that I've got the right program working with it. But until then, be good peeps, have a good night, and try not to die.
Sweet nightmares. Is that what you say?
Pleasant nightmares.
Okay. Pleasant nightmares.
It's time for bed. Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.